Cleaning up your little spot.
Cleaning up my spot. Love you. Hello. We're going to take the obligatory 5-minute period so that people can flow in, and then I will be saying things. So, for the next 5 minutes, enjoy yourself. I'll be right back. I wanted to set this up, and I want to set that camera up a little higher. You know what? No, let me grab this stuff first. Maybe I'll put it down here, actually. How about that? Yeah, I'll put it down here. Down there, we got a book. Yellowbird, Prison Centennial. They are going to be holding us up today. It's better. Let me see if I can move this guy. Maybe I'll sit on the couch, who knows? I brought a chair. I thought I'd try it this time. Hello. 3 minutes. And then we start. All the misfits in a Tesla, and we zoom in. Damn. Hey, can you bring me an incense? Thank you. I thought there was some in this box. There's not. Add that to the trash pile. I'm rolling. I'm rolling. Just like heroin. Linkin Park sucks. I mean, I put the chair there because I actually don't need it. I think I'm gonna sit on the couch.
Okay. Do you want me to take the chair out?
If you want, it's fine there. Okay. I could just move it out of camera. We're still setting up. We'll do rain. Doesn't smell like rain at all. Okay. Linkin Park set list. Kia Forum 9/11/24. Yep, it was in Inglewood. Here we are. Sometimes I feel like a slave. Sometimes I feel like a star. Sometimes I feel like a... One minute. 1 minute and we're starting. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. La 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 la. La 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 la. I don't have a fucking lighter in this room, and I thought I did. I'm gonna look one more time, but I think I don't have a lighter in here yet. I think I need a lighter for my insensitivity. Clutch it like a cornerstone. I got on camera at the right time. Now tell me, is this what you wanted? Is this what you had in mind? Because this is what you're getting. Dum, 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 dum. Any Tool fans in here? All right, we hit it. Hi, everybody. I'm going to be sitting on the couch today, and I'm going to be loud, but I'll be loud at a distance, so don't worry. Hello, and welcome. The Picture Pieces Archive presents Let's Talk, the End of Linkin Park. Let's see, today is the 22nd. It has been 11 days since Linkin Park performed the first show of their world tour, which I believe is 6 shows. Let's double check that real quick. LinkinPark.com. LinkinPark.com. Let's take a look. No, not lyrics, you silly goose. There we go. I actually think that it's not going to show it because I checked it earlier today and it shows the ones that are upcoming, not the ones that have been. So let's do the math. There are 3 shows left. They did one at the Kia Forum, they did one in New York, and then they just did one in Germany. So that's 3. So yeah, 6 shows. So Linkin Park started their 6-show tour, world tour, on the 11th of September. I don't think privileged is the right word, to attend their concert at the Kia Forum. And I promised that I would share my thoughts and feelings about it. So here I am. I think I'm ready. I was walking around yesterday and I was feeling to myself like, I think that I'm holding on to something because I haven't been able to express my thoughts on the concert. And I almost did it last night, but I didn't care enough. I care enough today. Lots of fun numbers, convergences, intersections, rolling circles, however you want to describe it. Lots of coinkydinks, synchronicities. And so today, on the 22nd of September, is the day that I'm going to share my feelings, my experience of the #1 show of 6 shows of the From Zero World Tour. Which, by the way, I'd like to start this discourse with the following acknowledgement. I don't know why you would call your world tour From Zero if you're not touring the From Zero album. Seems kind of like a clickbait trap to me. But then again, I'm not Mike Shinoda, Brad Delson, Dave Farrell, Joe Hahn, Chester Bennington, or Colin Brittain, or Emily Armstrong. So I cannot answer that for you. I don't know why they did that. I don't know why they're doing it. I don't know why they keep calling it something it's not. Like, we're too dumb to notice. As some of you might have noticed, the live chat is turned off. And that's because I don't really want public discourse in real time. I don't really want to have to read comments right now. I just want to share my feelings. But you are more than welcome to drop a comment. At the end of this, I would love to know what all of your experience was, given that there are 2 shows and an additional 3 that I will not be attending. I know what I thought of the Kia Forum show, but I won't be able to see the rest. So please share your experience. I would love to know what you thought of the Linkin Park From Zero World Tour. So I have the set list pulled up here. And I thought what I would do is I would go through the set list, song by song, because you bet your ass I remember what the show was like, song by song. Some of you may have seen my high energy, high octane videos of me at the concert. Some of you may not have. And maybe you never will. That's okay. For those of you who are curious about my demeanor during the show, I likened it to an exorcism. Why? Because, one, the show was closure for me. 7 years of unresolved silliness right there in front of me. Apparently, the production for that show was millions of dollars, and they spent a lot of time on it, but, you know, it was pretty bland. Yeah, it's nice to see flashy lights and coordination with fog machines and whatnot, but it's 2024, bro. Like, you literally just did a fun light show and you put some images up on a screen. Okay, wow. That's amazing. Wow. You're really a genius. You really are a genius. You did the same thing you did for all your other shows for 17 years and passed it off as a brand new product. Wow. Yay. I'm so glad I'm like legitimately one of the only children that's old enough to remember how you were so that I can now compare it to how you are. Whoa. So before I get into the set list, and before I really rip into it, because that's how I feel, before I describe the exorcism, the nature of the closure that I felt, I'm going to introduce you to your regularly scheduled programming. Because guess what? I'm back. Just like I said I was going to be. I will be doing things differently from now on. And yes, this video will be a longer one. I know, I repeat myself. But this is not something to just blow through. This is something to go slowly through. Feel it out real tight in the heart space. You know, you gotta just kind of massage it. And you don't just blow through a massage, okay? You take your time, you enjoy it, you lubricate, you do what you need to do, right? So that's what we're gonna do. And I appreciate all of your attention and your willingness to be here because, you know, it feels good not to be alone anymore. Or, you know, confined to my very small circle of confidants and friends and partners. So, let's see here. Welcome to the Picture Pieces Archive Let's Talk series. So far, I have talked about Linkin Park once. I've talked about Mike Shinoda once. I've talked about Grey Days twice. Once when Sean Dowdell attacked me, and once when Mace Bayers left the band. In all of these situations, actually, you know what? In the Linkin Park and Mike Shinoda conversations, I broke down lyrics, I analyzed their messages, and tried to bring a bit of truth or light to the things that Mike Shinoda has said and done. And, you know, with that, Brad, Dave, Joe, because really that's what's left of the original band. I'm still waiting on that Rob Borden statement, but, you know, I guess we'll probably all die before we see that, because apparently Mike Shinoda is Rob Borden, and that's it. So we've done a couple of episodes of this. We've gone through a number of different worlds in the process. Literal, you know, pockets in time where that's never going to fucking happen again. And Linkin Park's cementing that fact, because they are ignoring everything and everyone. They are refusing responsibility and accountability for literally everything and anything. And, and so I just don't think that we're going to be continuing to have the same conversations. I think we're going to continue to move forward and expand on our perspective, become more articulate about what it is that we are observing. Because I'll tell you what, 3 months ago, the world was a totally different place. And yet, here we are, in a different timeline, a different dimension, with a different set of just absurd obstacles to overcome. So, welcome to Let's Talk, where I speak critically about not only my personal experience with the people that I'm talking about, but I also think critically about what it is that these people are saying and how they are interacting with their environment. Sometimes it's a hard one to handle. It's a heavy thing to hold. Sometimes I don't even want to talk about these people, think about these people, but I do it anyways. Because it's important to say something when you see something. Exactly. Thank you guys. I appreciate you so much. Okay, so Firefly, if you want out of the room, you're leaving the room for the rest of this because I am not opening the door a million times. Come on. Where are you going? Here, you have something to say? Come on. Oh, no? Okay, you're shy? All right. I am doing a long live stream, and I am going to edit it all into smaller pieces, more concise pieces, because this is going to be messy. This is emotional. This is war of the mind, of the soul. And to be honest, there are going to be a lot of ums, ahs, where was I going? And I'm sure it will be easier to digest if I edit it all into a more refined object for observation. With that being said, this live stream will be available no matter what. I will be leaving the unabridged version up, and I will be re-uploading the unabridged version as an abridged version, which I guess it's kind of contradictory. I suppose it would just be an upload, but I digress. I don't really care to be specific about that. What I said is how I said it. Whatever. I'm a bit amped up about this, as you can tell. So if at any point the frustration or the sadness or the anger becomes too much to bear, feel free to come back at a different time or take your time. Again, it's a massage. We're moving slowly through this, okay? It doesn't matter. We're going to be here for as long as it takes, and then we're gonna move on because we don't have to come back. They don't want to come back, so we don't have to come back, right? Now, for those of you who have been tuning in regularly for the last 4 or 5 months now, I have gone through a very interesting experimental period where I came back to my social media after a much needed break following the events of last year. And my idea was kind of, well, I'll come back and see how people are responding, how they want to interact. My goal was always to create an online community because I think community is really important, especially these days in these conditions. We need to be there for each other. So we went through about 4 months of experimental process where, I did a lot of different things with my social media presence. I started to annotate my live streams. I started to strip my live streams and turn them into podcasts, put them on my SoundCloud. I took the music from my live streams and started indexing and expanding upon my musical catalog, which I'm in the process of re-uploading right now. I released an album called From the Outside Looking In, which is a reimagining of the EP that I was not fortunate enough to keep on streaming services for more than a year or two. And with that being said, I'm working on 2 other albums, which are really 2 sides of the same coin and are the same project. I'm working on, with that being said, I'm working on another album. I just like to express myself through my art, and so I was experimenting with ways to share my art, ways to, again, index that art into the archive. It was very fun. I realized there were some things I was doing I didn't need to do. And then there was the live stream element. I experimented with pop-ups and regularly scheduled live streams. These live streams are all available on my YouTube where you are right now. So if you have any questions about what I had said before, if you're interested in any other of the Let's Talk episodes, feel free to go find them. The only Let's Talk that's not on YouTube, but will be, is the Mike Shinoda Post-Traumatic 6-Year Anniversary Analysis and Criticism or Commentary that I offered in June. That is in my post-traumatic highlight on my Instagram. With that being said, I'm also going to be converting all of my highlights into videos, and I will be putting those videos onto YouTube with some modifications. I use a lot of music in my, multimedia collages that are the stories on my Instagram. I've also transmuted the posts on my Instagram into an archive for what I call pin drops, which are groupings or bursts of resources or sources that I am using in my research, so that you can all stay up to date on what I'm looking at and not necessarily how I'm thinking about it. I'll share that in these kinds of videos, but at the very least, you can go see, okay, well, there were 4 articles on Kyle Christner, the ex-bassist of Linkin Park, who was screwed out of a career and dismissed out of court by Linkin Park in April of 2024. You can go look at all of the articles that I was using in reference for my commentary on Mace Byers leaving Grey Days. That's on my Instagram. Now I know what I want to do. Now I know how I want to organize things. Now I know how I want to hold myself. And more than that, I have exited the transitional period of This Is the Void and firmly planted myself in the most modern iteration of my expression, the Picture Pieces Archive. So, again, live from the Picture Pieces Archive, my name is Jamie, and I will be your host today on this episode of Let's Talk, the end of Linkin Park. I had a lot of comments from people on Instagram saying, "What do you mean this is the last show? Why are you saying this is the last Linkin Park show, Jamie? They have 6 shows, and then they're going to drop an album, and then they're going to tour that album." Which again, I think it's really weird, Linkin Park, that you would name this tour that you're on right now, this 6-show tour, where you go to all of your footholds across the planet and gain as much attention as you can in a stellar cash grab. I don't understand why you would name it From Zero if you are not touring your new album from zero. What are you going to call the next leg of your tour when you do release the album? I see the shadows here. I'm going to change it. What are you going to do? You're going to call it the Zero Tour? You're going to call it the We Lied to You Tour? Or are you going to call it the I'm Opportunistic and I Don't Give a Fuck Tour? I wonder. I'm just curious. I can't wait to see it. This tour consists of 6 shows, like I said. There are people hinting at Linkin Park's involvement in rock festival lineups. There was actually the Rock Festival that hinted at it, saying they were excited to reveal more of their lineup for 2025, #Linkin Park, when the initial gimmick that brought the band back to the mainstream was triggered by Mike Shinoda back at the beginning of September. I'm trying to remember the exact date. It was because the show was on the 5th, the LPU showcase was on the 5th, right? So let's do the math. The timer was a countdown for 3 days. It went back up for 3 days, so it was 6 days before the 5th. So it was really in August, at the very end of August, they did this whole gimmick. And I said, this is the last Linkin Park show ever. The reason I said that is because, as I usually am, I was right. I attended the show at the Kia Forum just to prove my point. And this isn't Linkin Park, guys. This isn't Linkin Park. And to top all of that nonsense off, not only was I blocked by Anna Shinoda and Mike Shinoda, blocked by Joe Hahn, ignored by the entire band, but now, after just all I did today was report on bad reporting and then provide a timeline of the inconsistencies and the strangeness that I uncovered in my research over the last week since I've been back. And all I did was say, Emily Armstrong and Colin Brittain joined the band. And would you know it, Colin was the first member of Linkin Park to acknowledge me. He was the first one. He said, and I quote, "Bye," and then blocked me. Hands down, that was the dumbest shit I ever experienced with the band. For real. Like, the other stuff is diabolical. It's cruel. But to be honest, Colin's bye was so fucking bitch catty that I can't, I can't even like be mad at it. I can't even be mad. I can be pressed about it for sure. It pisses me off. But all I can think about now is, wow, Colin really is a kindred spirit, I think. We're both catty bitches. And I get that. I like that. I appreciate that. I'm here for that. Okay? And on the other side of the coin, all I can think of is, damn, is Mike Shinoda gonna like slap his wrist now? He's gonna be like, "Colin, I fucking told you, don't talk to him." Ugh. We had 14 days where we didn't acknowledge him, and you fucking said bye. Like, for real. I imagine there's got to be some kind of repercussion for that, because the whole point of shutting the fuck up is shutting the fuck up, right? You don't shut the fuck up, kinda. You shut the fuck up all the way. Why? Because Mike Shinoda already is bad enough on his own. Sorry. Mike Shinoda's already bad enough on his own. He already victimizes the people in his life. He already victimizes his fan base. He already has proved that he's a greedy, hungry, egotistical maniac who does not give a fuck. I said it in my stories the other day. I said, Emily and Mike are the queen and king of shutting the fuck up. But here we have Mr. I Crack Under Pressure, Colin Brittain, who just had to say it, didn't he? He just had to say it. And you know what's funny? Is that if you go look at the message I posted on my Instagram, the messages now, because I didn't know he blocked me, but he did. The second message about him quitting the band was a little bit of dark humor on my part. I think it's fine. I don't think that's mean or anything, you know. I did see him on the private jet. I did see that he was enjoying it. And you know what? Maybe he did. Maybe before he blocked me, his intention was to come to me and tell me that he just didn't fucking vibe with it anymore and he didn't want to be in Linkin Park. How am I supposed to know? I don't know. How am I supposed to know? Anyways, if you look at the screenshot that I showed everybody, you'll see that right above that is the message where I just said, you know, I tagged him and I said, okay, Colin joined the band. Wow, what a mean thing to say. Bye. But on top of that, there's the message that I sent when I was right before the concert. I had been literally, yes.
Sorry, can you close the window a bit more? I have it down and it's just like echoing directly to me.
Is it? Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can. No problem. Thank you for communicating.
Also, in your opinion.
This is my opinion. I already said that. I said all of this. I said, I'm telling my opinion about this fucking show and my interactions with these stupid fucking assholes.
Okay, I heard you saying some things about Mike and I was like...
Oh yeah, these are all my opinions. Thank you, G. Thank you. That's my PR person right here. They're making sure I cover my ass.
I'm not your PR
You're not my PR person. That was a joke, because I'm a joker. I'm a trickster. I'm a low-key, okay? And so what I was saying before was that if you look above the screenshot of the most recent thing I tagged Colin in, you can see that there's my message from the day, like it was like the day before the concert. I had literally reached out to Linkin Park and all of its members and said, hey, there's a guy out here claiming to be one of Mike Shinoda's friends and one of Emily's friends who's in the Church of Scientology. He said he's dropping $4,000 to bring him and his buddies to the Kia Forum show, knowing that I was going to be there, so he can either catch me outside or inside and beat my ass into a hotel room. He wishes. Beat my ass into a hospital bed. I said, please help me. Please take my safety seriously. I don't give a fuck if you like what my commentary is about your band. I am Chester's oldest son. Who the fuck are you to be doing what you doing? That's all I gotta say, right? So, and again, I have no sympathy for these people anymore. Fuck these people. They're all fucking mean. cruel, callous people. I don't give a fuck. This is my opinion. This is my opinion based on my interactions. This is my opinion based on the fact that when Linkin Park came back out and showed their ugly, stupid faces, I was already at the end of my rope after 7 years of trying to make it work with these motherfuckers. And so I have no sympathy. So I'm going to be a little harder. But you could clearly see that video. And you know what didn't happen? Uncle Mike, Uncle Dave, Uncle Brad, Uncle Joe, and the oh-so-respectful Emily Armstrong and the oh-so-respectful Colin Brittain had nothing to say to me. You know who did? The Kia Forum security. And you know why? Because I called them and said after the 5th message, if you don't fucking respond to me, and I said it nicely. I said, hey guys, just so you know, this is actually really serious. I'm very worried about putting my life at risk and putting your audience's life at risk, compromising the safety of the entire venue. You know, Scientologists are no joke. They do cover up deaths. They do cover up a lot of things. If you don't answer, I'm going to have to call the police. So as soon as I said that, the day of the concert, they called back. They got me new seats. They relocated me to a safer place. And I was assigned 2 law enforcement officers. Okay? So thank you to the Kia Forum. I wish you would have responded a bit fucking quicker, but you know, it's fine. I really do appreciate the effort because you know what? At that point in time, you showed me more compassion, more understanding. Even if you didn't like what I had to say, you still treated me like a human being more so than any of my family. And that's a big deal, if you ask me. So, not only did Colin ignore my plea for help and my plea for, you know, hey, can you please help me? I need your help so I can go to the concert and get this closure. And by the way, I know I didn't say that in the messages to Colin, but you know what I did say, where I did say that? I said it in a message I sent to the Linkin Park official handle. So the entire band saw it, and then I went to each of the individual people and tagged them in that video, because none of them responded to the official handle, and that's the way it went. So Linkin Park does not give a fuck about your safety. Linkin Park does not give a fuck about anything other than making a dime, and that's it. That's really what it is. You might as well call it a dime bag the way they're getting high off this shit. Okay, so with that being said, there's a little bit of a fun aside about what happened today. Let's backtrack, okay? Let's talk about this entire situation. I'm going to pull up my Instagram because, you know, that's why it's there. We're going to pull up the archive highlights and we are going to walk through chronologically how this all went down. Colin, I hope you're watching because from one catty bitch to another, you can go fuck yourself. Oh, sorry, what I meant to say was, Colin, from one catty bitch to another, bye. While this is booting up, somebody today was like, dude, I remember watching you for like the last 10 years, you know, going back into your videos, like you never were like this. You never were like cussing at people and freaking out and saying, well, if I see snakes in the grass, I'm stomping skulls. Well, actually, you're wrong. See, I was what you might call self-conscious and really very much so unsure about my own power and whether I had the right to express it. And now I am very aware of the fact that people are going to do what the fuck they want to do and they don't give a shit about you. So you might as well give a shit about yourself. And so this is just the way I've always been. I've just been more careful to be quiet in the past because I wouldn't want to upset anybody. I would want to keep the normal stuff normal. I wouldn't want to hurt anybody's feelings or toss any shade in my dad's direction or, you know, anything like that. So I was very quiet. But guess what? I'm actually by nature a loud motherfucker. And you know who else is? Chester motherfucking Bennington, my dad. Yeah, we are actually 2 peas of a pod. Birds of a feather. We are. And I will never allow anyone to say anything otherwise, so don't you try to fight me on that shit. I'll fight you back. Some people are over here also saying in my comments, like, or my DMs too, like, Chester never would have done this. Chester's never been like this. Chester was under contract for 17 years, and he played the game. I've never been under contract, and I don't play fucking games. I'm Chester if Chester was born today. We are one and the same. You guys don't know that Chester was that way because you weren't there behind closed doors. Doors that were closed so you all didn't hear it. Let's see. Instagram. I've become so numb, I can't feel you there. It's funny how, like, the longer that Mike Shinoda and the band exists, the less aware they become. I wasn't joking when I said that Mike Shinoda was tone deaf and senile. Okay, so let's see here. If it was in August, then there's a good chance we were still in the white portal. Let's go ahead and take a look. I can feel you. I need a date on this. I need a date on this. 3 weeks ago is not what I'm asking for. Well, 3 weeks ago. Yeah, this is about it. Grade A's fires Mace Byers. They do some awful shit to him. I see a bunch of people are showing up and showing out. Oh, there we go. There's the date. Oh, fuck. I only used numbers. Well, this is going to be challenging. Oh, there it is. Yep. So, Linkin Park drops... Well, actually, this is actually part of a really funny mix-up. So I thought that LP Live was not a Stan account. I thought that LP Live was actually an official arm of Linkin Park. I followed LP Live for so long, thinking that they were an official part of the LP machine, when it turns out that they're just a Stan archive. Really funny to me. I actually got into this issue where it was just really funny. I had not planned on saying anything to the band at all, because I was just observing, speculating like everybody else. And those of you who know who I am, you know that that's exactly what I was doing and nothing else. I wasn't talking shit, nothing. I was just holding people accountable to the facts that I know and the facts that we were being given and the things that we were being made to engage with, okay? So I thought that I had posted something, a longer comment about the band to LP Live, and I somehow, miraculously, accidentally posted it on the actual official Instagram of Linkin Park. So for a while there, I thought that LP Live was ignoring me, which they did, and I thought that they were bullying me, which they did, and I thought that they were doing very, very little to uphold a safe, neutral environment for expression, which they did, but it turned out that also it was part of Linkin Park as well. It wasn't just the Stan account, it was the official band page itself. So that was really, really funny. But here it says, be part of something, September 5th, LinkinPark.com, which is really funny because it turns out that be part of something is not them trying to engage with their audience, bring to light their charitable interactions over the past 25 years. It wasn't about mental health awareness. It wasn't about Chester. It wasn't about any of that. It was about a single called The Emptiness Machine, which honestly, again, the same thing I said about the From Zero World Tour. Why would you name it that? Why would you name your first single The Emptiness Machine? Do you not realize that you are making fun of yourself? That is so interesting. And to tell people to be part of something and then to have them pay their way to a raffle-based Linkin Park showcase that's only 60 minutes long. To not talk about Chester, to say a bunch of weird, ambiguous bullshit, and then leave is a very weird thing. I thought, in hindsight, this little guy right here, this be part of something, September 5th, LinkinPark.com, was pretty trashy. Not classy at all. So, let's see. Oh, and then here's a wonderful post about how they forgot these old... So there's this funny post where they showed old Linkin Park road crew waving like this. And they were like, "Oh, hey, I forgot to say something. I left Warner Music Group months ago for the secret project, and it happens to be Linkin Park." Again, it feels pretty trashy. And it says right here that the room in the video is reserved for the date of 8/22/24. So at this point in time, we're like either around that date or past it, okay? And then here we have Loudwire, a repeat offender in terms of poor reporting, claiming that Linkin Park just quietly announced an exclusive event. Here's everything to know. And this was published on August 29th, 2024, which means that it was posted 7 days, a week after the story posted by Linkin Park touring crew. I write, in the last couple of days, and you can find all of this on my highlights. You can follow along right now. I dare you to catch up. I wrote, I'm in the first white portal. I'm halfway through. In the last couple of days, Linkin Park released a countdown timer teasing an announcement, reset the countdown timer using it to disseminate secret codes to the audience, because that is true. They used the countdown timer counting up as a way to disseminate the date for the LPU showcase. So they're asking you guys to look really deep into this, okay? They're asking you. They're saying, look, there are coded things we need to talk about, and I'm going to show it to you in symbols. So don't blame me for asking you to look somewhere. They announced that old Linkin Park management left Warner Music Group and returned to Linkin Park, which would be Machine Shop Records, because Mike Shinoda and Brad Delson, who own Machine Shop Records, used the label to create the music and then partner with Warner Music Group to disseminate the music. It's the distribution company, Warner Music Group. So again, Machine Shop Records is the label, Warner Music Group is the distribution. They announced a new project helmed by Alan Ashcroft, a seasoned brand manager who has worked for Nickelback and other bands in the past. And they teased a 2025 festival lineup at the Rock Festival in Florida. And they also secretly disseminated raffle tickets, which stand in for tickets, like actual tickets, for the Linkin Park showcase, which has not happened yet, but will happen soon. I write here, historically, secret LPU or Linkin Park Underground showcases, let me repeat that. Historically, secret Linkin Park Underground shows have been used to showcase new music before the music is made public. And guess what? I was right. Who would have thought I was right? In addition, it appears that following my post, Uncle Mike Shinoda has blocked me. I type into my search, my follower search, and he's no longer there. So before we move on, let me just say something. Mike Shinoda has repeatedly, over a long period of time, followed and unfollowed me as I'm talking about these things. As far as last year, okay? Maybe even longer than that. I've been spied on by Mike Shinoda. He follows me for a little bit, sees what I'm doing, and then will unfollow me and go do something else. He's been caught doing this twice. Once by my audience, and once by me, okay? So not only did he stalk me, secretly, he stalked me. He then unfollowed me, restricted me, so I couldn't mention him in any more posts. And then, when I had more to say about what I was seeing, he blocked me. I'll leave that there. it appears that following my pin post, which are the following articles, ex-Linkin Park bassist Kyle Christner sues band over alleged unpaid royalties and on more than 20 songs. It was actually 24 in specific. Again, I don't see why the journalist here wouldn't say 24. If they know what they're talking about, they should know it's 24 songs. The second article, well, here we go. I should give you the timeline, huh? And actually, I'll keep this right here in front of me, like this, because I don't want to keep turning. So, again, my first article pinned, and my first pinning, the first article was, ex-Linkin Park bassist Kyle Christner sues band over alleged unpaid royalties on more than 20 songs. This article was published November 10th, 2023. The second article of this article burst is titled, Linkin Park wants ex-bassist lawsuit tossed out, arguing he can't sue them decades later. The band says the case filed by a musician who played in the band for just a few months in 1999 is clearly barred by the statute of limitations. This article was published March 6th, 2024. So, from November to March, there was no reporting, only litigation. Article number 3 in this burst. Linkin Park settles lawsuit with former bassist Kyle Christner. An amicable resolution has been reached. This article was published 23 days later on March 29th, 2024. And by the way, if you read the article, the ones who claim this was an amicable resolution are Linkin Park legal team. Okay? It's not Kyle Christner who said this. It's Linkin Park who said this. As they've said with everything else so far, this is an amicable solution, an amicable next step. No, that's what you said, not what they said. And then finally, Linkin Park settles lawsuit filed by ex-bassist over band's debut album, Hybrid Theory. The Rockers have reached an amicable resolution with Kyle Christner, acknowledging that he made, quote, valuable contributions at a, quote, pivotal time. This article, no joke, was published April 1st on April Fools of 2024. Now, before we move on, I'm just going to fill you all in on Kyle Christner. So Kyle Christner was a bassist for the band. Okay? In 1999, he helped the band secure the record contract that allowed for Hybrid Theory to exist. Okay? Before he was able to be a part of the group as Linkin Park, he was fired almost immediately after he helped them get that deal. They fired him, and they replaced him with Scott and then Phoenix. Okay? So a lot of people don't know about Kyle, and here's the thing. They told Kyle at the time that they fired him that they would remove the bass parts he tracked on all of Hybrid Theory. The EP that was given to the LPU fan base, the Linkin Park Underground in 1999-2000, that is Kyle Christner. They told him when he left the band that they were going to remove his bass parts and track them with the new bassist. Okay? Keep that in mind. They then removed Kyle's name from the LPU edition of the Hybrid Theory EP without telling him. Kyle then went on until 2023 November without giving a fuck about the band. When he decided to litigate, against the band, Linkin Park, against the label, Machine Shop Records, and against the distribution, Warner Music Group. Now, there were a number of reasons, a number of grounds for dismissal that Linkin Park claimed were viable. They wanted to throw the lawsuit out. They said that there were 2 statute of limitation periods where there were 3-year periods where when the album came out, Kyle had the option to ask for royalties and credit. Whoa, let's hold on a second. Back up. Did you just say credit, Jamie? Yeah, I did. You know why? Because like I said, they took his name off the LPU edition of the Hybrid Theory EP. But they kept his bass parts. That's the thing we're going to find out here in a second. So before we get into that, they told Kyle that he had 2 3-year periods to ask for royalties and credits on one of the biggest selling albums of all time twice. Because, let's be honest, we're still talking about Hybrid Theory when we're talking about the box set. So Kyle had his opportunity from the release of Hybrid Theory, back when it was released, when all of you guys fell in love with Linkin Park. And he chose not to. Then, when they released the box set, he remained uncredited. He remained without royalties. And he still did not litigate against the label, distribution, or the band. This is important, I promise. On top of that, so those are the 2 grounds. The statute of limitations. Oh, sorry, that's the first one. The second one was that Kyle was reported as reputing credit and royalties from the band for over 20 years. Kyle Christner allegedly rejected credit and royalties for Hybrid Theory, one of the biggest albums of all time in its genre. Okay? What the fuck does that even mean? Who would do that? Unless you either didn't care, and so your litigation as of November is not about that, or they didn't actually offer you anything and lied to your face, and you didn't feel like you could talk about a band so big, given that nobody can talk about Linkin Park. Nobody is allowed to criticize them. They're the biggest band in the world nobody knows anything about. You're lucky you know anything, and the only reason you know pretty much, the only reason you know anything about Linkin Park is because of my father. Not because of Mike. Not because of Captain Technicolor Krylon A. Fuck that. High voltage. High voltage. High voltage. For 5 minutes. One of the greatest songwriters, according to Chester, of his generation. Which, I know, I'm being callous right now. You can have silly songs, it's fine. Nobody's gonna fucking get you for that, okay? But, okay, so there are the 2 grounds. There's the 3-year statute of limitations for both the box set and the original release. There was the repudiation, the rejection of royalties and credit on Kyle's behalf over 20 years, which is insane to me. There are, again, only 2 things that can mean to me. And then they tried to claim that Kyle Christner did not bring proof of his involvement to the table. They said he used open-ended statements to clarify on what he was owed, which, by the way, was not true. We'll get into that. And that, what was the last one? There was a 4th one. Let's see, how well do I know the material? That's a good question. I actually don't remember the 4th one. I'm going to put a pin in it. Maybe I'll remember when I start talking about Kyle. So, on the other side of this litigation, so that's Linkin Park's stance for now. On the other side of the litigation, Kyle Christner actually did not choose to look at this music and litigate against Linkin Park on his own. It was a former Linkin Park manager, someone who was around in Hybrid Theory days. I won't say who it is, but I'm sure you all can fucking figure it out. An unnamed, to this day, ex-Linkin Park manager saw the box set, realized there were at least 5+ songs that Kyle Christner was owed credits and royalties on. He went to Kyle and he said, hey dude, you should check this out. Kyle did. Kyle went back and listened to the original Hybrid Theory EP. He found that his bass playing was exactly the same. They never scrubbed his track. They never retracked bass parts on the EP. They did take his name off of the LPU version of it, though, the one they gave to the fans. So not only did they keep his his performance on the record, but they also took his name off the record. Would you want to go up against a band like that, especially when they blew up the way they did? Would you? I'm just asking. It's a genuine question. Because it sounds to me like I might even be fucking annoyed with that. I might even be scared of that. Big people with big power and big attitudes, I might want to leave that one alone. Anyways, he went back and he found that he had he had exactly 24 songs that he produced on and performed on that he was not given credit or royalties for producing or performing. So when Linkin Park said in these articles that he showed up and gave open-ended statements, according to Kyle Christner, that's not true. According to what his side of the story claims, he knew exactly what he was owed. It wasn't just random songs. It was like 11 out of 12 tracks here. It was like all of the Hybrid Theory EP here. 2 tracks off this. He was methodical. And by the way, he took 3 years to figure this out. 3 years. The box set for Hybrid Theory was released in 2020. He started litigating at the end of 2023. You understand? You see why this is weird? Now, with that being said, they threw it out. They gave it an amicable solution. Okay, you guys can go do the rest of the fucking research. I don't mean that in a callous way. I'm not saying fuck you. I'm just saying fuck this. And the only person to say that it was amicable was Linkin Park. I'm seeing some weird ripples here. Like the way that Mike Shinoda says that Rob Delson left the band in an amicable fashion, but yet we have... Now, did I say Rob Delson? Rob Borden. Rob Borden left the band amicably, but he has yet to give a public statement. It kind of seems like people are just speaking for others and not allowing others to speak for themselves. Yeah, that's my John Travolta because, Scientology is involved. Anyways, we're moving on. Basically, the whole deal is that Kyle Christner was a professional studio musician who helped the band get their contract, had his credit and his royalties stolen from him, and when he went to go litigate against Linkin Park, they threw him out based on a bunch of bullshit grounds. If you are grounds for dismissal. If you are someone with as much money as you have, Mike, if you're almost worth $80 million, why wouldn't you just pay the guy? I mean, I could imagine that it might be hard to sign a check, but if somebody's coming to you and saying, hey, this happened and I have proof, maybe you shouldn't gaslight them and victimize them and throw them out of court right before you release your greatest hits album and announce your new band, which you had no idea about. And by the way, Linkin Park knew they were coming back during this process of litigation because if you listen to Emily during the LPU showcase, which we're about to get into, she says that Mike Shinoda called her into the studio after almost 3 years of not talking to her, and that she was taught within 8 months to sing like Chester. So what that means, and she said it on stage, guys, it's recorded. You could go watch it. Go watch it. Go research. She says that she came in 8 months ago, learned the album, and now they're touring it. So let's do the math. At the time of this 9524 event, this LPU showcase, what was 8 months before that? If we're in the 9th month of the year, and 9 minus 8 is 1, wouldn't that mean that Emily was brought in January? Around the exact time that Kyle was litigating against the band, the distribution, and the label? But, Mike had no idea that they were going to do this. None. No idea. We had no idea. We were just forming the band as we were writing the music. It's almost like somebody, I don't know who, scared them into being fucking stupid. I don't know who it was, though. I have no idea. I have no idea why anybody would think that a forest fire had been started and that they really needed to put that shit out real quick. I have no idea. Okay, back to the timeline. My message to the band following my mix-up with LP Live. Here it is, Linkin Park, 6.8 million followers. I'm interested to see how many followers they have now. Here we're rolling down. There's my initial post from last year. I tagged them in, they ignored me. Here's my most recent one. And, oh, yep, here's the message. I wrote to the band at 4:44 p.m. on Tuesday. Hi, just wanted to let you know that this comment was not meant, or sorry, just wanted to let you know that this comment was meant for LP Live. I did not know and currently do not know how I ended up posting to the official account. With that being said, I want to say that my intention of posting to LP Live was not to be indirect in my interaction with the band, because I don't fucking act indirectly. I've been staring you down. I've been walking you down, motherfucker. LP Live was the source of the information about the timer countdown. Though I do intend to speak with Mike and the guys in the band eventually, at this moment I wish only to observe. I was speculating along with everyone else, processing my experiences and my emotions around the potential of this announcement, because at the time we didn't know that they had all the stuff planned. We just saw be part of something and the timer. The reason I'm clarifying is because my intention may not be apparent in the most recent mention above. Also, all these years I was under the impression that LP Live was an official arm of Linkin Park. I'm not sure how valid that is anymore. I had an odd interaction with them the other day. The broad perspective on that interaction is also in my story. Thank you for your time. I'll let you guys all guess. Do you think they responded to me? Do you think that that was respectful enough for them? The answer is no. The answer was no. It was not respectful enough for them. And then right here, I said, Mike Shinoda, who cannot be mentioned. He whose name cannot be spoken. Voldemort, Voldemort, Voldemort. Unfollowed me. And I put the Percival Lowell symbol behind it as like, you know, an homage to LP because I'm kind of fucking silly like that. But here, where I live, they actually discovered Pluto. That's what the observatory here did. So, you know, for me, it's like, Pluto's not a planet. Shut up, Sean. Pluto is a planet. No, Gus, no, it's not. Yes, it is. Everybody does Pluto so dirty, Sean. Yeah. And then I went back into it and I showed everybody that Mike did in fact block me after that. And then I said, Gray Days versus Linkin Park. Let's see here. There's just a bunch of comments. I don't need to talk about these. These are fun. Oh, wait, no, I do need to see this one. All right. This person said, Sean Daldell is a gaslighting professional, which is true, because in case all of you didn't know, or some of you didn't know, in March of last year, 2023, Sean Daldell tried to literally gaslight me into a fist fight over a video game DLC deal I had no part in. After I called him to cover his ass because I'm respectful like that. Because guess what? His publishing company called me not knowing anything about the situation. I was like, or they emailed me, and I was like, what the fuck is this? Well, it turned out that they were leaking information to people, which I now think is bait, and I don't think I'm going to walk back on that. I think Sean Dowdell found out I talked to his son, found out that I know that he knows that he's fucked up and he has been hiding things from the people, and he wanted to see if he could gaslight me into a fight. It was a long game, dude. It was like 30 days. I showed him evidence against Mike, evidence against Leonard Blavatnik, the owner of Warner Music Group, who has ties to P. Diddy, Sean Combs. I said, look, Sean, look at all this evidence. Because, you know, I've been here for multiple years. I'm just speaking up now, but I've been preparing for literally years now with, you know, research and healing. And Sean said he would back me up, and then I sent him the stuff that I showed him. I showed him like 6 different pieces of evidence, and he was like, he didn't respond. And when I asked him, he said it was a rabbit hole. He didn't want to go down. He only believes the mainstream narrative, and he's not going to pay any mind to anything else. And then by the end of the month, he tried to gaslight me into a fist fight, which, by the way, he was not successful in doing because, you know, old men are stupid. Old white men especially. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, and then, by the way, all these Linkin Park fans out here who are fanatics, they are absolute dickheads. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. There are really, really nice people in the group, all right? I've received so much love and so much patience and so much support, so much willingness to just observe and learn from genuine Linkin Park fans. You know, the ones that believe in Chester, not the ones who believe in Mike. Brad, Joe, Dave. They're mean as fuck. They went on to all the Kyle posts and they were like, oh my God, this happened literally in April. Why are we even talking about this anymore? Did you read the article? It was pretty fucked up, guys. That was a pretty fucked up situation. Where is Kyle? Is he okay? Where is Rob? Is he okay? Somebody wrote here, Kyle who? Haha. And I said, you know, I think a major element of this 4-article examination is who is Kyle? You know, where is this documentation? Also, what a heartless thing to say about someone. I feel like the comment equivalent is Kyle can only experience something if I can prove it. But that's just my opinion on what this person said. And I think that that's something that I've had to deal with because you know what? The more that I have to deal with these fanatical jackasses in the Linkin Park fandom, I have to say, like, why is it that my reality doesn't exist unless it makes sense to you? But you care nothing about actually making sense of me. I don't think I could have said it better myself. So here, I wrote, as predicted, audience interaction with Linkin Park and the Linkin Park and Grey Days article postings is totally different. People are far more comfortable holding Sean Dowdell accountable for his actions than they are holding Mike Shinoda accountable for his. So the real question is, do you love Mike Shinoda? Or do you fear him? And that has also been a reality that's consistent in the last 2-3 weeks now. Because there are so many people who would rather die on the hill of Jamie, go kill yourself, Jamie, you're a disgrace to your family, Jamie, your father hates you, Jamie, you're a lying piece of shit, Jamie, X, Y, and Z. There are people who would rather die on that hill than answer that question. I don't think you like Mike Shinoda. I think you like being an asshole, and I think that you like assholes. And I said, are you doing what you can to soften the decades of calloused bias confirmation? Hashtag stay tuned. I can present the resources, but I cannot understand them for you. I can give you water to drink, but you have to choose to drink it. And then here, and this is beautiful, is a screenshot of Mike Shinoda's Discord, okay? And he's doing the whole, nobody said it was special. I heard it was something, but then again, everything is something unless it's nothing. Here, you know what? I'll wrap it. Nobody said it was special. I heard it was something, but then again, everything is something unless it's nothing. If I was told something was something, I wouldn't assume it was nothing unless I presumed that the person who told me something was something had already been lying. I almost said bin Laden, but I didn't mean to, so I said bin lied, but it really says already lied. Then I would be suspicious, but I didn't hear anything, so maybe it's nothing or something. Is anything really nothing? Shut the fuck up. Sitting over there literally teasing people who have been waiting 7 years to hear them actually say something meaningful about Chester that isn't tied to an actual money laundering project. Fucking shit, bro. And then I got some sick ass memes in here because, you know, doom scrolling is best. And I love all of these. Okay, and then there was my article posting. Great, we're going to the next one. White Portal 2. The one with the spider on it, for those of you following along. Oh, there's a picture of me and my sister Abby. And then, what did I say? Oh yeah, this is me talking about Drake, because let's be honest, as I've been saying, there's a lot of Drake to my Kendrick, baby. Kendrick fucking wiped the floor with Drake. I don't give a fuck what you think, because in reality, you can say that Drake didn't do the things that he's being accused of, and that may be true. Sure, of course, there's always a chance. But more real than it isn't, the evidence says Drake did do those things. It's a whole thing. But then he released like 3 or 4 songs that were seriously some of the lamest shit fucking songs I've ever heard. And they were in response to Kendrick's you know, Meet the Grahams, Euphoria. I mean, you took down your songs, you modified your presence just like Linkin Park does, and then you dropped more songs. Like, that was Drake's Emptiness Machine, in my opinion. Except for Emptiness Machine was methodically planned out over 7 years. So we're just going to move forward from that. But I will say Yoshinoya is one fucking badass song. Yep, that's my brother. Yeah, on our way. Okay, a lot of love here. Not Like Us, more memes, posts, updates. We got some tarot card readings. We got some dudes spitting marshmallows. And then I said, I am grieving, do not disturb. And that was from the 1st of September to the 8th, which, just like my hiatus, it didn't really stay that way. I didn't really get that moment of quiet because nobody else is going to report this. I'm the one who's going to fucking report this. Oh, there it was. I love it. So, somebody sent this to me in the midst of all of this and my grieving and all that. On day 23 of 30 of the White Meditation, which was the 13th day of the 20-day object meditation, not the projection meditation. For those of you who know, you know. One More Light, either the song or the album on Spotify, hit 1.5 billion plays, which is amazing to me because somehow in Chester's death, that song got tied to his depression when he wasn't even the producer or the writer of the song. And again, I'll die on this hill. At the same time that they were recording a whole other album, apparently, of One More Light, they had Friendly Fire on that side, and then the other side was the actual studio album they released and toured. He was not just talking shit to fans about how he, Chester, talking to shit to fans about how he's changed and he's not gonna scream about shit anymore. He was literally in the studio with Mark Morton doing the opposite. Cross off the days gone, goodbye. You know what I'm talking about. I'd love to see Emily try to sing that shit. By the way, Emily seems lazy as fuck in like every single concert I've seen her play so far. And I thought that was just really interesting that now is a song that has 1.5 billion hits, if not the album itself. And that album is literally tied to Chester and the illusion of his unhelpableness. And then here, I made another acknowledgement, a repeated acknowledgement of something I've been saying for a while, which is that I acknowledge and hold space for all of the unclaimed children, romantic partners, and potential victims of Chester Bennington. As we may remember, and for those of you who don't know, in June, I was made aware that a woman, came out in 2017 in the wake of Chester's passing and alleged that she had been raped by my father during the 2001 Ozfest tour or show. I forget if it was a full tour or if it was just like a set. But she came out, she was run off the internet, and then she dumped her story on Reddit, and then she disappeared. So I don't know who she is. I don't know how legit that is. I hope she's okay if it is real, and I hope that she knows now how serious I am about being here for her. As well, for all the children that may be unclaimed, I have memories of people saying as far back as when I was in 2nd grade that Chester was also their father and then them randomly disappearing. So if you're out there, I love you. We sang this for you. Please join. And for the romantic partners, I've met 2 of them who claim that. I met 2 people who claim to have been Chester's romantic partner while he was married. So I'm here for you guys. I understand how hard all this is. Please, take me seriously. Boop, 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 boop. Like I said, this is a massage. We're really going to fucking roll this one out. Slow as fuck. Clicking, 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 clicking. I'll stick to the written stuff. I won't go through the videos. You guys can go through the videos. Okay, White Portal 3, the one with the sun in it. for all of you following along. Day 26 of 30. Okay, so Linkin Park had their live stream for the event. So there were people who won a raffle to go to the show, but they had to pay for it themselves, okay? So there are people who flew international. There are people who went from state to state. They all paid for everything, the food, the travel, and I know what you're thinking probably. It's probably, well, that makes sense, right? How could the band be expected to pay for X amount of people? Well, the band should have paid for something, in my opinion, given that they are asking people to drop a lot of money on a show that was only 60 minutes long, that Emily was not able to perform at full capacity during, and during which there were a fuck ton of strange things that happened, like the 8 months comment, okay? Like the not acknowledging Chester Bennington comment, or lack thereof. I asked somebody, I said, hey, how much did it cost you to go to the concert without having returned because they were still there? And they said it cost them about $900 for the flights, for the rooms, for the food. And that wasn't even total costs yet. So there are people dropping 500 plus, anywhere between like 500 and I would imagine $1,500 on a 60-minute concert that is literal mediocre bullshit and disrespectful to the bandmate who died by suicide. But okay, allegedly died by suicide. So I was in the live chat and I watched that thing skyrocket from like 5,000 to like 200,000 live concurrent viewers. That was bananas to me. Like right here, it says live in 3 hours, September 5th at 3 p.m. At that time, 3 hours before the fact, there are 6.8 thousand people talking to each other. But they're not even talking to each other. They're just saying, yay, Linkin Park. That's it. I responded multiple times in the chat. Hi, this is Jamie Bennington. How's everybody doing? I did it like 3 or 4 times. But nobody saw it because that's how many fucking people were in the chat, guys. It was insane. So when they tell you that they didn't know if they had fans, they didn't know if they'd be welcome back on stage, you know for a fact that Mike Shinoda's been touring, been creating, been in the studio for literally since Chester died and before. He fucking knows. He had a single in the Scream movie, y'all. He was performing last year, y'all. So don't take his Jimmy Fallon bullshit seriously. He's a fucking liar, in my opinion. And then, this is before Uncle Joe blocked me. He posted a bunch of things, and one of them was the Wish You Were Here Pink Floyd album cover, which, by the way, is a massive slap in the face. I don't give a fuck how smart you think you are. I don't give a fuck how creative you think you are. You're an asshole. You know why? Because let's all talk about Wish You Were Here. Does anybody know what Wish You Were Here was? I'll leave that for the comment section. Go ahead and answer. What is Wish You Were Here? What is the historical significance of that Pink Floyd album as a whole? Give you a second. And you better believe I'm holding this mic so I can drop it at the 4-hour mark. When I'm done talking. Because that's how much this frustrates me. I'm holding on to the joke and the grudge like a cornerstone. Saturn ascends. Again, are any Tool fans in here? Where's Maynard at? Bro, I left you a letter at your restaurant like fucking a year ago. And I asked you for your help. I just wanted some fucking like-minded people in the room. Anyways, the answer is that Pink Floyd lost a member named Syd Barrett, who was a fundamental piece of the Pink Floyd equation, okay? He suffered extreme mental health challenges. He was not able to perform right. He just needed to go home. And the album Wish You Were Here is a commentary on that. Just like Mike Shinoda's Post-Traumatic was a commentary, so to speak, on Chester passing away, which, by the way, is an album he never says Chester's name once in, and repeatedly makes punk-ass remarks in. So I said, this isn't cool. It was very interesting to me that the show was held on either the Warner Brothers lot or the Universal lot, and that the Wish You Were Here, the actual Wish You Were Here album cover is on a film set lot. That's what it is. So I thought that was just very annoying. And I said right here, living things. You can see it if you're tactful. The whole world is a fractal. And then this silly guy, on the 5th of September, right as the show was starting, said, watch our live stream on the big screen, live in Times Square, New York City, and Shoreditch High Street Station in London. Really, guys, this is no big deal at all. If it were something, then it would be nothing. If somebody told you it was something, maybe something was nothing, and maybe the nothing is something, huh? Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Crazy. And then here it is. Here's the live stream. And what did I say? I say here, a new album, crazy. Who could have guessed? Oh, that's right. I did. I did. I was right again. I wonder how many times I'm going to have to fucking Nostradamus this shit before people actually start taking me seriously. Because at the show, he was like, oh yeah, we have like a new album and new merch and new tour and new. And then, of course, they didn't, and this is the thing that perplexed me the most, okay? So let's talk about the LPU showcase. So the LPU showcase happened, right? Emily says during the show that Mike Shinoda called her on randomly for the album, that she learned how to sing 8 months ago. Mike literally confirms it on stage. They don't talk about Chester at all in any real meaningful way. And then on top of that, he's saying, we're doing new, right? Well, let's see. Oh yeah, and then on top of that, Emily cracks multiple times. Well, it was really weird because they played I guess it's not so weird that they played their new single. That's not strange. I understand that. That's literally what I said the LPU showcases are for. They did what they did, right? But there was an additional moment to this that I was like, what the fuck is that? Because in reality, Maybe what I'm thinking about will come back. But what I am thinking about is how Mike Shinoda said during the show that they have all these really fun, cool things for their world tour planned. And we'll get back to that because when we actually go to the tour, when we go to the first stop on that tour at the Kia Forum, you will never guess what Mike said about the fun stuff that they had planned. So we're going to move through this. I say confusing what is real because Emily literally broke on like multiple parts of the performance. Like she was singing songs that she literally is not. It's not that she's a bad vocalist, okay? Again, I don't give a fuck what Linkin Park does. I give a fuck how they treat their audience. I give a fuck how they choose to be interacting with their legacy and their future. And I'm saying I'm disappointed. I'm saying I don't appreciate it. So at this point in time, nobody knows publicly that Emily Armstrong is in Scientology. But shortly after that, it breaks. Oh, Emily Armstrong is in Scientology. She's right here, pictured in 2013 at the 44th anniversary gala for the Church of Scientology Celebrity Center. She is pictured in Getty Images alongside Cedric Zavala of, did I say your name right, Cedric? Hold on. Yeah, Cedric Bixler Zavala of At the Drive-In and Mars Volta. I thought that was really interesting. You know, it's a long time ago, but guess what? This is 2013. This is the year before the hunting party, okay? Just gotta put that out there. Then we have people acknowledging that she's a Scientologist, and then we have people acknowledging that she supported Danny Masterson during his grape trial in No, fuck it, I'm not monetizing this. During his rape trial in 2023. And she's not only known, by the way, for showing up and supporting Danny, she's also known for being friends with Danny. She only stopped being friends with Danny when I pointed it out right now that she was still friends with Danny Masterson on social media. I found that. Then she unfriended him and then offered her silly ass apology without ever acknowledging the fans in the fan base who are victims of the crimes that she's guilty of allowing to exist and exacerbating. Because not only during the trial, not only did she support Danny Masterson, did she not only go on behalf of the church, but she also intimidated witnesses. Okay? Okay? Is that clear enough? So annoying. And that's when people got really upset about it, because they were like, wait a second, how is somebody like that allowed to be in Chester's position? Like, okay, it's one thing to reinvent your band, it's one thing to move through something, but don't you vet the people you're around? Don't you care the people you're around? Well, it turns out, actually, and I'll post stuff after this live stream about this, Mike Shinoda is actually known for hanging out with the 1%. He's actually known for hanging out with people who are extremely problematic, dangerous individuals. And so he doesn't really care. The answer is that for all the victims out there, he does not fucking care about you. That's my opinion. And for all of those out there who think that Mike's your guy, he doesn't care about you either. Even if you're not a victim, he doesn't care. Here is the set list from the show. They played Requiem from 1,000 Suns, Emptiness Machine from Zero, Somewhere I Belong, Crawling, Lying From You, The Catalyst, Waiting for the End, Waiting for the End to Come, Wishing I Had Strength to Stand. This is not what I had planned. Emily, if you sing that song again, I will hate you forever. Numb, One Step Closer, Lost, and I'm lost in these memories. You guys know what I'm talking about. The brand new single alongside Friendly Fire that Linkin Park released in the last 4 years. What I've done, in the end, Faint, Encore, Paper Cut, Mike announces the new album, and then they play Bleed It Out. Bro, I'm going to fucking rap that shit for you right now because I hate you. How dare you play that song knowing that my father died by strangulation? I don't give a fuck if you end all your shows with it. I don't give a fuck. My dad died by suicide from hanging. Yeah, here we go for the 100th time. Hand grenade pins in every line. Throw them up and let something shine. Going out of my fucking mind. Filthy mouth, no excuse. Find a new place to hang this noose. String me up from atop these roofs. Knot it tight so I won't get loose. Truth is you can stop and stare. Bled myself out and no one cares. Dug the trench out, laid down there with a shovel up out of reach somewhere. Yeah, someone pour it in. Make it a dirt dance floor again. Say your prayers and stomp it out when they bring that chorus in. Come on, you guys are Chester Bennington now. Oh yeah, that was the other bullshit. Mike Shinoda contracted all of the audience as Chester Bennington. He said, you guys stand in for Chester today. As if he wasn't trying to ingratiate himself. He wanted you all to say, yeah, Mike, we fucking love you, as Chester. Go fuck yourself. Go, stop the show. Choppy words in a sloppy flow. Shotgun opera, lock and load. Cock it back and then watch it go. Mama help me, I've been cursed. Death is rolling in every burst. Candy paint on his brand new hearse. Can't contain him, he knows he works. Fuck this hurts, I won't lie. Doesn't matter how hard I try. Half the words don't mean a thing and I know that I won't be satisfied. So why try ignoring him? Make it a dirt dance floor again. Say your prayers and stomp it out when they bring that chorus in. And then before we move on, I'm actually going to sing a different song. It's called Hands Held High. And I just want this. I just want this for you guys because Mike's telling me to do what I'm doing, and then he's literally victimizing me because of it. Okay? He said, this is his words. These are his words. Hands held high, minutes to midnight. You know what I'm talking about. This is coming from my heart, y'all, so just beware. Turn my mic up louder, I got to say something. Lightweight, step it aside when we coming. Feel it in your chest, the syllables get pumping. People on the street, they panic and start running. Words on loose leaf sheet, complete coming. I jump in my mind and summon the rhyme I'm dumping. Healing the blind, I promise to let the sun in. Sick of the dark ways, we march to the drumming. How sick are you, Mike? How sick are you? How sick are you of marching to that fucking drumming? Because you drumming to the same beat, bitch. You ain't changed nothing. I heard that new song. Heavy is the... You don't wear no crown. You a joke. And your jokes ain't funny. Jump when they tell us that they want to see jumping. Fuck that, I want to see some fist pumping. Risk something, take back what's yours. Say something they might attack you for. Cause I'm sick of being treated like I have before. Like it's stupid standing for what I'm standing for. Ha, bitch. Like this war is really just a different brand of war. Like it doesn't cater to the rich and abandoned poor. Like they understand you in the back of the jet. How's that jet doing, Colin? When you can't put gas in your tank? These fuckers are laughing their way to the bank and cashing the check, asking you to have compassion and have some respect. For a leader so obvious, for a leader so nervous in an obvious way, stuttering and mumbling for nightly news to replay. We met Emily in 2019. We met her in 2019. We met her in 2019. And the rest of the world watching at the end of the day in the living room laughing like, what did he say? In my living room watching, but I'm not laughing. Me watching the LPU showcase. Because when it gets tense, I know what might happen. The world is cold, the bold men take action. Have to react or get blown into fractions. 10 years old, something to see. Another kid my age drugged under the Jeep. Taken and bound and found later under a tree. I wonder if he had thought the next one could be me. Do you see the soldiers? They're out there today. They brush the dust from bulletproof vests away. It's ironic. At times like this you pray, but a bomb blew the mosque up yesterday. There's bombs on the buses, bikes, roads, inside your market, your shops, your clothes. My dad, he's got a lot of fear, I know, but enough pride inside not to let that show. And who's my dad not letting his pride show? His fear, really. Cross off the days gone. My brother had a book he would hold with pride, a little red cover with a broken spine. On the back, he had a hand-wrote a quote inside, when the rich wage war, it's the poor who die. Oh, and let's see, who's the rich one now? And who's the poor ones? Oh, the poor ones are all the people you're asking to pay their way to your show. Because they vouch for you. Interesting. Meanwhile, the leader just talks away, stuttering and mumbling for nightly news to replay. The rest of the world watching at the end of the day, both scared and angry. Like, what did he say? With hands held high into a sky so blue, as the ocean opens up to swallow you. Hey, guess what, baby? I'm that ocean you wished for. I want a flood. I want an ocean to wash my confusion clean. I saw the lost. I saw the broken. I'm your ocean. And I certainly hope you do fall for these ocean eyes. Because I'm so blue. Ugh, what a punk ass. And so he wants to end it with bleed it out, and that pissed me off. I don't know if you could tell. I was pretty angry about it. Because I was like, you know, sitting in my living room like, what did he just say? Tie that noose up. Okay. Well, I knew you wanted to end your career, obviously. I mean, it's apparent, but I didn't think you wanted to kill yourself in the process. Holy shit. And everybody with you. I mean, come on, Dave, you really thought this was a good idea. Joe, you thought this was a good idea. Brad, oh, yeah, there it is. There it is. The other bullshit thing that I saw during the concert was that Brad literally did not release his public statement about staying in the studio as an executive producer on the material until like after the show. Nobody explained Alex, which by the way, Alex, I haven't come at you at all because you're literally a studio musician. I get it. A gig's a gig. You're not writing the music. You're not in the band. You're just a guitarist. You play because you play for someone else. For Brad to not tell people that, people who are flying in from states and countries that are not LA and then paying their way the entire time, it's a little fucking crazy to me that Brad would not tell people he's not going to be there, that he's not going to be a part of the band like that. There are a lot of things wrong with the LPE showcase, guys. And then here's Loudwire that wanted to be so hot off the press that they actually got it wrong. They said that, and I know it's a small technical error, but it means a lot when you're researching and you can't find consistent information. Loudwire reports that the Hollywood Bowl In Memoriam Chester Bennington concert took place October 27th, 2024. It actually took place the same date in 2017 when Chester died. So please do better. In fact, the last week has all been about bad reporting. And I said in response to Loudwire, somebody needs to calm down, or somebody needs to calm Loudwire down. So excited to get the scoop hot off the press, they don't know what year they're in. Talk about insult to injury. Kendrick is coming to mind. So we'll move through here. And I used a Kendrick quote here. And the quote was, I know the feelings that came with burial cries. Bitch, you ugly as fuck. That's that. Take it off. Take it off. Take it off. Take off the mask. Linkin Park is a mask. Take it off. I want to see your warts and all. Take it off. No, you don't want to? Okay, fine, whatever. I brought up that last year I had, or this year, because you know what I found out, by the way, and I'm going to say this right here. It turns out, guys, and don't be surprised, when Dead by Sunrise comes back this year, they're coming back this year. I said it right now. I have insider information that I'm not going to expose the source of, who talked to someone in the band, My Father's solo project, which should have not even released anniversary vinyl this year, saying that they have new material and shows coming up this year and next year. So just wait. Meanwhile, Ryan Shuck, that asshole, is touring Julian K, or has toured Julian K, with Grey Days, knowing full well what kind of person Sean is and what our history is. Knowing full well that that motherfucker, Ryan Shuck, ghosted me for years after I tried to warn him about the snaky behavior of other people. So here's right here my sellout post. I said Ryan Shuck, Amir Darak, Mike Shinoda. At the time I was allowed to tag him because I have the M_Shinoda. That means I can tag him. And it's just these four people, Sean, Ryan, Amir, and Shinoda. And I said sellouts. And it was a response to the pressing of DBS, Dead by Sunrise anniversary vinyl, which I find to be extremely disrespectful. And then what did I say? I brought up an old one from Euphoria, which is June 17th, so we're going up in the timeline here. I said, what did I say? Let someone talk long enough and they sell themselves out. You wrote those insults, Sean Dowdell, through the official Grey Days handle, LOL. If that's not defamation, if that's not harassment, I don't know what is. You know what I said to Sean, guys? You know why he fought me this year? Why he slipped up, just like Colin just slipped up? Is because I told them that I did not appreciate that they were going on tour with a Linkin Park cover band and that they were going on tour with Julian K. I did not appreciate the 3 albums that they put out. I did not appreciate meaning Grey Days. I did not appreciate a lot of things. And that was his response. His response was, shut the fuck up. You're a fucking depressive, spiraling drug addict. Nobody fucking likes you. You haven't done shit with your fucking life. If I didn't do shit for you, then why does your Soul Song video have millions of views? Why did I give you my life and my energy for, what was it, $3,000? Why did I allow you to cheapskate me, knowing full well that you're a self-made millionaire who could have helped someone out? You could have done a lot more for anybody, Sean. You're a selfish piece of shit. And then here we have the Zane Lowe interview, which, by the way, oh my God. So, this was amazing, okay? After the LPU showcase, Mike Shinoda did a series of interviews. There was an interview with the ultimate Zane Lowe, who's also now a piece of shit, who they did an interview with each other last year, okay? They did it in 23. I have evidence of this. You can go see it for yourself. You can fucking YouTube it, whatever. During this interview, they literally act like they have not seen each other in 20 years. It's insane. Zane brings up multiple times how psychotic it is that they are in the warehouse where the touring stage is being tested. And Mike kind of laughs it off. There are like 4 clear moments where Mike Shinoda loses his shit on Zane Lowe. And it's really serious. The first one that I know is when, and by the way, the interview is split into 2 parts. The first part is Mike Shinoda on his own. Like, again, guys, Mike Shinoda is not Linkin Park. Mike Shinoda is 0. Mike Shinoda is 1/3 of the founding members of Linkin Park. Brad Delson, Rob Borden, Mike Shinoda. Again, where's Rob? Anyways, it's so interesting to me that everyone who's alive is at the interview, or alive and or willing, right? Because Rob said he's not willing, according to Mike, only to Mike. And they weren't in that interview with Mike on the first half. Like, how fucking egoic is that shit? That's so crazy. Why are you alone? This isn't post-traumatic. This isn't the Mike Shinoda imprint. Go fuck yourself. That's so weird. And so there's this moment where Zane, there are 2 moments in that part of the interview that I think are particularly worth noting. There's the point where Zane Lowe tries to bring up post-traumatic, and he's like, that was so, tender and sensitive, the way that you talked about how you felt like you had something taken away from you and that you really wanted it, but you weren't sure how to move on, and you felt guilty for even thinking about moving on. And he goes on to talk about post-traumatic, right? and Mike goes, huh, yeah, I did do that, huh? Yeah, I kind of forgot about like all of that until you just said it. But if you're following my page, you'll see that Mike Shinoda very clearly gave a fucking speech about Chester at one of his shows overseas on the post-traumatic tour, which he's now claiming that all of his kids forgot that he's a rock star who performs in studio and live all the time. Did you see that video? Did you see the comparison of those 2 interviews that I did the other day? That was a filled arena, just like all these other Linkin Park shows that are going on right now. You are a lying, deceitful, Decepticon-looking motherfucker. Okay? And then there's this other moment, okay, where Zane goes, yeah, before when we talked about this the other day, when there were none of the cameras or the people around, and you can see Mike go, what the fuck is Zane talking about right now? Like you can see it on his face, and he looks down, and then they cut, and it's like this, and he's looking down like this. And then Zane says his thing about it, and he looks up and he goes, yeah, yeah, okay, but like, like as an artist, like you do music and art, and then you like go away for a while, and then you like come back, and like then So the audience is like, so it can kind of be like kind of weird a little bit, and like the audience like doesn't know, and like you got to kind of like bring them up to speed or like hope that they get it, and like goes on this whole thing about the official narrative. Okay, this is not the first. No, this isn't the first time in the interview that he controls the official narrative, and it's not the last time either. He'll do it in the second half as well. So then they move on, right? Zane Lowe throws Mike Shinoda some pretty soft questions about what the purpose is of the band and why they're here and why they... He asks some pretty like decent questions. And then Mike's like, you know what? I think the rest of the band's over here. So let's just go. Let's go this way. And then they do. Zane does not hold him. Zane, where's your goddamn spine, bro? In the fucking last Apple Music interview you did with, it was Brad and Dave and Mike, you literally were like, you gave us more than anybody could ever dream of. You gave us, we know that. It was over too soon, but the bow's on. We love you. We love you. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. And I know you haven't responded to my tags. I know you're avoiding accountability. I know I called you out one-to-one because I'm not indirect. I'm virtual. I'm a spirit. Stay haunted, bitch. Somebody shared that with me. Stay haunted. I like that. Stay haunted, bitch. And then what is he doing over here? He's trying to stand up. Then Mike's like, no, shh. Come on. Goes to the next half of the interview. And this half, oh my God. So Brad loses his shit once. Dave loses his shit like twice. Mike loses his shit like an additional 3 times. Nobody calls them out. By the end of the interview, Brad has destabilized the entire fucking thing, which if you go back and you watch old Linkin Park interviews, that's what he does. That's what he does. Brad is the destabilizing social element. He is the Batgirl in the headquarters telling Batman what the data says, where to go, how to do it. Hey, Batman. You got somebody over on 5th by the asylum. I'm going to need you to fly your ass over there. It looks like he's a crocodile. Yeah, roger that, Batgirl. I definitely hear you. By the way, do you have a heartbeat on that guy? Because I just want to know if he's diabetic, if he's got arrhythmia or something. I just need to know what the weaknesses are. And by the way, how is the entire audience reacting to the show right now? Roger that. Annoying as fuck. And I felt betrayed also by the end of this because Joe Hahn was the only one in the entire room who shared any kind of emotion with the interview. I'm not going to say Zane Lowe because he's hardly an interviewer. Bad reporting. What did I say? Bad reporting. I'm catching media red-handed right now. I saw you, bitch. Don't you fucking do that shit. I don't play. I'm serious. You're not going to misquote me, misquote the situation, and also not ask real questions. I'll catch you. And I'll pull up too, like I did, Zane, so fuck you. Anyways. I'm over here rooting for Joe, and I'm like, Joe is the bleeding heart of this group. It sounds to me like based on the story, which by the way, Emily and Colin, hi Colin, they don't really talk at all. Like at all. In fact, it's the old members of the band, the original members, who speak for them most of the time, if at all, they speak for themselves. And when Joe said, well, I realized that I hadn't been with the band in a while, and I really missed them, and I just wanted that brotherhood, and I just wanted that creative spirit to fill me. I just felt like I didn't have the access that I wanted to my creative side, and I felt like I had that with them. My heart, man. My heart, I was like, oh, I get that. I feel that. I've been there. I'm there right now. I get it. I feel the same way when I hear Grandson say that Mike Shinoda mentored him. And I'm like, wait, I'm just as talented as all these other motherfuckers. I'm just as hardworking. I'm not going to say that Grandson doesn't deserve it. This isn't about Grandson. I'm not coming after Grandson. I'm just saying that hurt for me to hear it at the Kia Forum. And we'll get there. We're still getting to the show, right? So when I heard Joe say that, I was like, damn, maybe this is them taking advantage of him, right? Like maybe Uncle Mike and the rest of the group, they're just Scientologists tied into, you know, it seemed like, you know, Colin himself, he literally said, I wanted to play with Mike Shinoda, so I found a way into his studio, and I didn't tell him about it until after. And Mike was cool with it. I think that stuff's kind of cool. Definitely. But in this situation, it sounds kind of fucking weird. Kind of sounds like a fucking plant is what it sounds like. Sounds like you wanted to be a part of this. I just wanted to be part of something. You wanted it real bad. So you call yourself a legacy. Maybe you are. Then, you know, you leverage your position as a musician signed under Warner Music Group Chappelle to get into Mike's pants. And now you're a drummer in the band. Where's Rob? Who fucking knows? Is he safe? Who fucking knows? Did he consent? Who fucking knows? As far as we know, Linkin Park doesn't really give a shit about consent. That's all they care about is what they want. They care about desire. They don't care about consent. They're going to take what they want from who they want when they want to, period. And then we have apparently Dave and Emily. Because Dave came in and he's like, we've known Emily for years. We know Emily. We know her. Okay, Dave, chill the fuck out. First of all, you aren't saying anything about my father. Nobody took it upon themselves to mention how much they love Chester or how much this has impacted them, how much the band chooses to remember his legacy and in what way. You didn't fucking say that. You didn't do it. Nobody can convince me that they did it. I'll play it back for you. We can watch it second by second like a football game. No. Run it back. It's still the same. They didn't fucking do it. But you have Dave over here. Somehow he knows Emily for years, but he's not clarifying. And she's a legacy. She's like, when I heard Hybrid Theory, that's when I decided to be like I am now. Yeah. And what's crazy is that Zayn actually cut them all off to ask Emily and Colin what their thoughts were, where they're coming from, what the timeline was, what the goal is. And each time, the old band members jumped in and clarified for them. Now, I'm sorry, but when you know you're stepping into something and you're saying you're being respectful as a group, it's up to the individual members of the group to be respectful, correct? And I can tell you, they weren't respectful. They didn't acknowledge Chester. They did not acknowledge the question. In fact, multiple times during the interview, Zayn went, well, I guess we're not getting a straight fucking question or answer out of any of this. So, you know, I guess we're all just going to be like me right now. One of the best moments in that entire interview, which is a non-answer to everything that the band has raised as a question, is when Zayn goes, yeah, man, I heard the album, Emptiness Machine. And Mike goes, who the fuck showed you the album? And Zayn's like, oh, well, you know, like, you know, Emptiness Machine. And then Mike changes his tone. There's this beautiful moment where Mike, instead of staring at the floor, he's like this. And then he goes, because what did Zayn say? He said, I heard the album. And the album to me, the song, The Emptiness Machine, it feels to me like you're throwing down the gauntlet and saying, he said this. Zayn said this, which is why I say that Zane Lowe tried to have a spine, but he doesn't have one. He went, there's you throwing down the gauntlet with Emptiness Machine and saying, this is what I want and this is who I am, and this is who you think I am and what you think I want, and they're two different things. And nobody says anything. Mike, literally, he goes, well, that's an interesting perspective, Zayn. But, and then he goes on to control the official narrative again. Give me a fucking break. Who died and made you king? Oops, sorry, was that too on the nose? Anyways. So, let's move on from the fucking interview because that shit was nonsense. And guess what? They use absurdity to entrap you and ensnare you in thought patterns that you otherwise wouldn't be in because they know that at the base level, at the most fundamental level, every single person in the fan base is and has been groomed to perfection. You have the radicalized dickheads that I talked about earlier, and you have all the good, kind-hearted people who genuinely heal from the music and use it as a tool for their own betterment. and they know what they've done to each side. So they have their warriors, their little soldier, and all of you fucking Linkin Park Army bullshit, go fuck yourself. You aren't fucking soldiers, you cowards. The way you talk to me, the way you talk about my family, the way you talk about my father is disgusting. How many times do I have to tell you motherfuckers to stop saying shit like, well, if he didn't want to be replaced, he shouldn't have killed himself. Yeah, good point, asshole. I guess you didn't know that this was all part of a larger mental health movement. Anyways, there are more people than that, by the way, who are positive and beautiful and wonderful, and I love you all. Thank you so much. So let's move on from that. Mike Shinoda goes on to a radio show the next day, and he talks about the band. He still doesn't bring up Chester. He still is acting like he didn't know when it takes literally months to schedule anything, because guess what? Linkin Park is not the only band in the world. There are people who play at Kia Forum before and after Linkin Park. There are people who play in New York before and after. There are people who play across the planet before and after. So no, you don't just in a week put arena shows together, sell them out, release a new album in 8 months. You don't do it. It has historically taken Linkin Park 12 months in total to finish an album every time. If you go back like I have and you look at every single thing they've reported about themselves, they say it takes 12 months to expect a new album about every year and a half, 2 years, and then that will be followed by a 1 year to 1.5 year tour. Okay? Which isn't even true, by the way, because Living Things came out in 2012, Hunting Party came out in 2014, and then One More Light came out in 2017. Okay? And in the middle of that, Chester was doing an EP, Chester was doing a bunch of other stuff, and the band was doing a bunch of other stuff. That's not the way the timeline actually works out, so even they are lying or unaware of their own behaviors. When they say that they do X, Y, and Z in such an amount of time, it's kind of true. It usually does take them 12 months to make an album. The touring and the space in between things is a little different, but, you know, whatever. So Mike goes on to that interview, and he tells this woman that he met Emily in 2017 before quickly walking backwards and saying that he didn't do that. He met her in 2019. Okay, so everything here was so fast that Emily's not prepared to sing, that you... Whatever, I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying. I'm not laying it all out again. And then I said, let's look behind the veil. And here I am, looking at the Emptiness Machine, which, by the way, at its debut got 4.6 million views. I didn't know we had any fans. How many times do I have to tell you to shut the fuck up before you take a hint? And they got 6 products linked underneath this fucking video. And my link is titled, Wish You Were Here. And guess what? They cosplay. They do poverty cosplay. They pull a Kanye and Kim. They go out in sweatpants and go, oh, I'm poor, just like all the other peasants. And we got Johan working at a fast food restaurant. We got Dave Farrell working at a cubicle type analyst job, information job, where he's... Shut up, Dave. Really? Don't act so fucking... You got to be a Scientologist at this point. Like, I'm sorry, but like in my guess, it's Mike and it's Dave. But it could be Joe. I mean, you know what they do to bleeding hearts? They stop them from bleeding. Now, there's also the additional, like, Emily is a rando at a bar that Mike Shinoda's working at. And the entire song is, I wanted to be part of something. This isn't what I wanted to be. And they're all talking about just average everyday things. Now, I don't know about you, but I was personally fucking offended because I'm a normal person. I work at grocery stores. I work at fast food restaurants. My partner works at gas stations. We are normal people like everybody else who isn't you or the top 1% that you like to embed yourself within. I know about the Burkles. I know about the Clintons. I know about people. Don't fucking come at me like you're stupid and you don't know what's going on. Everybody likes to play stupid. Everybody likes to be a demon until they get chipped by a throwaway. Facts. So I thought the Emptiness Machine music video was actually quite offensive for a number of reasons. And one of which is the poverty cosplay. 2 of which is the fact that they seem to be looking down on literally every single part of their fan base. Like these people, like they're talking about you. They don't want to be like you. And Mike Shinoda's not even really working at the bar, technically speaking. He's also that troubled artist who's throwing paint at a campus. Like, whatever. And I think that you shouldn't be allowed to I think you lost your right to profit off these people. I think if you're going to cosplay as someone who's not worth $65 million right now, based on internet reports, not what's unreported, you don't have the right to speak for me. You don't have the right to speak for people like my father. You don't have the right to speak for anybody. Barely for yourself. And if you could speak for yourself, I'd say, go for it. But since you are the king of shutting the fuck up, Mike, then maybe you should just continue to do that. And you should quit. In my opinion, I think you should quit. So I did not like that. I wrote, my father erased, a victim of sexual abuse, disappeared without a word by his colleagues of 17 plus years. And they were still releasing box sets and singles. 4.6 million views on a video that demonizes the everyday person as being empty, unfulfilled, and undesirable. And still, she supports Danny Masterson. This is the void. Really, it's nothing at all. There's really nothing to see here. Then I posted a bunch about my archive and my baby pictures and how I was or was not allowed to interact in a certain way, what some of my traumas were. Yeah, most of this is just me bringing it up. Oh, oh, there we go. So then I released my PSA prototype because, as I've been telling the public, this was not my intention to come out the way that I came out. The way I came out last year and the way that I've had to reorganize this year, they're not things that I intended to do. I spent years researching, years healing myself, years preparing for this shit because I am a soldier of my own army and I'm the only one in it. Well, that's not true. Trilogy is, Josh is, but you know, there's levels to it. You and I, we know there's levels to it. And so my initial plan was to come out, drop a documentary series about everything that I learned and everything about myself, and then create digital spaces where I could do dream journals and support for the public, the people I know who have a very real attachment and a very real trauma around my father's death and what he meant to them, and my family who could then talk about the things that I had found. But no, somebody tried to hack my account. They did it 10 times. And they only did it when I was posting relevant information about Linkin Park being Freemasons and X, Y, and Z. And so I had to do what I had to do. I had to protect myself. This is my insurance policy. This is my astral body. I created a vessel through which I can travel and stay protected. So here we have Brad Delson's letter. And Brad writes, it's really small, so I'm going to get close here. Now I'll even turn to you so you can hear me a little better. He writes, beyond excited to share this new chapter with the world. He says without saying it to the world. He says without telling the audience before the LPU showcase that he's not going to be there. Like, how disrespectful can you get? Some of these people here don't see you're disrespectful, y'all. You Linkin Park guys. But I see it. I know what abuse looks like. I know what neglect looks like. I know what isolation looks like. I know what tactic looks like. I'm perceptive. Bringing our vision to life is the culmination of many twists and turns as we continue our unique journey together as a band. We couldn't do it without a belief in what is possible, even when things seem impossible, without the ability to listen, particularly when emotions run deep, and without the support and love of everyone around us. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, Brad, there's an album you should check out by a phenomenal artist, one far better than you, with far more integrity. Their name is Little Sims, and the album is called No Thank You, No Mercy. I know I got tennis in the morning. That man's gonna need a warning before I start swinging. Red light on the forehead of the informant. I'm on gorilla, bitch. It just got chiller. Cut from the same cloth as my dear ancestors. That's why I give you the shivers. Whew, I'm that cold. Facts. In awe of Emily and Colin for their talent, passion, and partnership. Partnership, 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 partnership. deep gratitude to all my bandmates for their humility. I don't see. Bitch, sit down. Be humble. Because you're not being humble. There's no humility in this. You're all acting entitled. Which is a word people use to describe me, but we all know that's not a fact. I'm not entitled to shit. I didn't inherit shit, but myself. And I'm here. I'm the love you can't outrun, baby. Hard work and friendship. Great, so they're friends, they're partners. Oh, I'm sensing a family narrative again. Chester was my brother. He was my partner. We really had each other's back. By the way, I'm not going to mention him even once seriously. And by the way, I'm not going to even talk about him here right now. And I'm going to send somebody on tour for me. And I'm not going to show my face. Okay, Batgirl. I hope you like it there in the Batcave. I've always felt deeply connected to and proud of our live performances. Over the years, I've realized I've thrived most when I'm actively working with my bandmates behind the scenes, in the studio, collaborating on our new music and helping build our live show. Hey, I saw this story of Emily's where they were on a private jet, probably on the show to Hamburg, right? And I went to look for the story, and I saw that there were Jimmy Fallon posts instead. There were no stories. And I missed them somehow. And I put, because I saw the performance, right? I watched your performance. I watched your Jimmy Fallon interview, Mike. And I saw your response to it, Anna. And I loved how they say they worked so hard on their live show when the 60-minute LPU showcase was absolutely mediocre and did nothing new with anything that they've done in the last 17 years. And neither was the Kia Forum. It was not inventive. There was no innovation. There was no new. They just put lights, smoke, and fucking visuals on a screen. That's all they did. That's all they've ever done. They just made the screen 4D instead of 2D. They gave it 4 sides instead of 1. Okay? And then I saw the Jimmy Fallon show, and I went, oh my God, I love the aesthetic under Emily's Fallon post. I said, you can go look at it if you want. I said, I love the aesthetic. Literal trash bags, haha. Because what the fuck is that? You're going to tell me you guys worked so hard on your live shows, but you let Jimmy Fallon, if it was his decision, cover you in plastic? That shit looked like a body bag. I can't even make this shit up. You did it to yourself. You did it to yourself. Oh wait, I have a mic. You did it to yourself. I hope you choke on your lies, swallow up your greed, suffer all alone in your misery. I gotta tell you, you're not selling the whole artistic savant genius bullshit that you're trying to sell everybody. Any of you. I'm so proud of everything we continue to create together. While I will not be performing on tour in this new chapter, I am super excited to introduce Alex, my handsome deputy on the road. Alex is a world-class musician and a kind, thoughtful friend, and we are truly fortunate he'll be contributing his unique talent to our LP universe. Stop using the word unique. Stop using that word unique. You ain't unique. Stop being unique. You're not unique. You're not. You are basic. You're not anything special right now. Fresh eyes, honest appreciation, and devoted teamwork have brought us to this special moment. It's not unique. It's not unique. It's not unique. The privilege of sharing our creativity with you. It's not a privilege if you continuously look down on the people that you're trying to buy your tickets. It's not a privilege if you cosplay as fucking poor people and then don't care about the poor people, given that you're worth tens of millions of dollars, all of you, except for Dave, apparently. Thanks for joining us on this journey. Oh, really? It's funny that your signature looks like Better Business Bureau, when in fact, you aren't even joining us on tour. You aren't even joining us on the journey. You're literally going to be at your console the entire time, taking down stats, integrating data, creating trends, staying on top of the charts, and making sure that you guys still hit #1 so that it looks like you actually earned it. Because if you really earned it, what you would do, all of you, is you would rename the band, and then you would make a new album, because that would prove to us that you have the actual talent and skill it takes to be just like all of the upcoming artists who are fighting tooth and nail to be heard in a society that is extremely and increasingly dismissive and uncaring. And then here's a Linkin Park and Brad Delson picture with Emily and Mike and Brad in their wonderful multi-million-dollar houses, playing with their cute instruments, acting like they all want to suck each other's dicks, which I'm sure they have. And Brad's in there doing his stupid dance, and then Emily's wearing a One More Light fucking sweatshirt, which I thought was absolutely bananas. And you know what I think is bananas too? Here's a picture of the band. You know who's not in the picture? Alex. Alex, I'm really sorry. Genuinely. I'm not fucking with you there. Nothing. This is a genuine acknowledgement. I'm so sorry that they are making you do all of this. They're having you do all of this. Yes, you're a paid musician, but they're having you do all of this. And yet Brad still gets to be your face. And he didn't even bother telling anybody you were going to be there. Does that sound respectful? Does that sound respectful that Brad would do all of this and then allow Alex to play without actually acknowledging him? And then continue on the way they've been continuing on without acknowledging Alex? Doesn't sound right to me. And then Chrissy Carnell Bixler talks out against Emily, and that was wonderful. We'll come back to that. I have a story about them, Cedric and Chrissy, when we get to the show. And then here it is. I said, just finished the interview. I'm devastated. Hashtag Linkin Park. Hashtag Zane Lowe. What you did to my father, what you put him through now. I will never support you ever again. I will be taking time to respond. Will likely take the rest of the week to myself. I saw what you did. And, oh yeah, here's one more piece of shit that flew through the fan. Straight into it, actually. It was all over the place. It was nasty. Zane Lowe is quoted as saying, the brilliant Chester Bennington slipped out of reach in 2017. And I said, did you hear that, Dad? You slipped. Zane, again, you tried to have a spine, but you ultimately do not have one. What you do is exploitative. If it wasn't, you wouldn't say things like this at one of the most important moments in rock history. The brilliant Chester Bennington slipped out of reach. He did not slip out of reach. He died by suicide, allegedly. At a time when all of Mike's 1%er friends were at their height in interaction for the year, following a presidential fucking election. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. And fuck you. And just in case I didn't get somebody in that list, fuck you. He didn't slip away. And I should be loud about it. Because guess what? There are plenty of people who should be loud about it right now, and nobody is. You don't like the tone? You don't like the amplitude? You don't like the fucking energy? Then change. Be the change that you want to see in the world. If you don't like what you see, make something new. All right, end of white. It's like a massage. You just got to get it out. I got cramps all over me. It's not just in the heart. I went through to every single band member's Instagram and said, I do not support. And I posted that shit because I don't. And here's Emily with her stupid, bitchy ass comment. Sorry, I can't. I have rehearsal at Linkin Park. Yeah, well, how good how did that rehearsal treat you? Because the LPU showcase, you cracked out like 5 times. I'll be fucking mean about it. You cracked out. You can't handle it. At the Kia, you did much better. We'll get there. But you still cracked out. And there were moments where I said, Sing it till you fucking pass out, bitch. This is punk. You sing that shit until you can't breathe. You don't fucking give up on giving up. Giving up is a statement about how hard it is to keep going when you want to give up, not giving up. Stop giving, by the way, Emily, stop giving the fucking audience the fucking mic so you don't have to sing the songs. I see you. You want to act like you shit, but you ain't. And yeah, you do sound better on the music you wrote with Linkin Park, but that is my point. Get my father's name out your fucking mouth. Hey, there we go. Hey, did you like that? How'd you like that one, Jaden, Willow? You like that? See, I'm playful. Which, by the way, I unfollowed Willow because I can't stand watching her anymore. She has seen for the last year what I've been going through, or at least her team has. And she's looked at many of the posts that I have posted, and she has continued to just pretend that I'm not here. And I'm not saying I'm owed anything, but I can't watch you do your thing anymore. I can listen to your music, but I cannot watch you watch me passively while all these other motherfuckers are watching me passively. You couldn't send me a secret note like we in fucking math class in 3rd grade. You can't do that? Really? You can't just say, hey, I see you. You gotta like fucking leave me on red, and then even when I'm being I was respectful to you so much. Like I told you how much you helped me. I told you how you saved my life. The same way people tell me that my father saved theirs. And and Jaden, you know how to pass notes, motherfucker. I listen to your albums. Don't fucking play with me, bitch. I mean, play with me, but only if you're gonna play. So, anyways, I wrote, I saw what you did. When I return, I will be reporting on Linkin Park in gray days. They will not be allowed to escape analysis of their independent and collective actions. With that being said, I will be bookmarking my return by posting my first TikTok. That did not go well. I don't know why TikTok does that, but you need 1,000 minimum followers before you can even go live. So they're really just fucking stabbing themselves right there. I don't care. I'm not using TikTok anymore. There's no point. Okay, so then I realized all of a sudden, wait, what month is it? Oh, it's September. Oh shit, it's Suicide Prevention Month. So I went and I posted an article. September is National Suicide Prevention Month. It's time to remember the lives lost to suicide and acknowledge the millions more who have experienced suicidal thoughts, otherwise known as suicidal ideation. And I thought, wow, all of this during International Suicide Prevention Month. Yeah, you guys are super humble, respectful, reasonable. You're paying attention for sure. You definitely aren't looking down on your audience. You aren't going for a cash grab. And then I did this. I didn't even know this until 15 minutes ago. So I'm doing it again. Hey, go fuck yourself. And to all of you out there struggling right now, and I know there are so many of you who have hit me up and you're like, hey, this is fucking me up. This entire situation. The way they're treating you, the way they're treating the band, the way they're treating everything. It's hurting me. And I can't be here anymore. I have to get off social media. You're forcing people off social media. And you want to say that you're humble and respectful and acknowledging during Suicide Prevention Month. Right. And I called them all out. I put Lies, Greed, Misery, Zane Lowe, Mr. Johan, Brad Delson, Phoenix LP, Mike Shinoda, Anna Shinoda, Colin Bertain, Emily Armstrong, Julian K. Official, Gray Days, which I can't tag obviously, and Linkin Park. And Apple Music too. Because I don't fuck around. This is not a game. And then I posted some sweet Hunter x Hunter memes because I am Gon and Killua tied into one being. Motherfucker. You didn't know that because you didn't answer the calls. You didn't look at the text. You didn't talk to your wife. I'm hearing childish right now, but I won't go into it. Oh, here we are. So I know a lot of people report. There are people who have reported on the Cedric Bixler, Zavala, and Chrissy Bixler comments on Linkin Park. and they've refused to read the entire thing because they're like, it's too long. Shut the fuck up. You can't misquote things, fail to do your research, and also not read the entire article because it's too long. What? A 10-minute video is too long? I'm running 5 hours. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to tell the truth how it's meant to be told. Not all my videos will be this long, but this is the last long video I'm doing. I'm getting it all out because this is a new world. So, Cedric Bixler-Zabla of At the Drive-In and Mars Volta, he had something to say to Emily, but it actually turned out that he didn't say it now. He said it last year. So that's really interesting. And if I'm wrong about that, I thought I heard him correctly when he told me. So I could be wrong about that, and I'm open to criticism. But he wrote, Dear Emily, well, actually, let me make sure this is the whole thing. Oh, there you go. Okay, they said, Cedric wrote, Dear Emily, if you're not going to speak out against the human and child trafficking cult in which you are a part, and of which your family holds high positions in which you enable by remaining silent on the crimes you know about, then you have no right to fill the shoes of Chester Bennington, a true advocate. I don't give a fuck that you are very close to the serial rapist. He's talking about Danny Masterson. I don't give a fuck that you lied in your apology on Instagram, which she offered an apology, which was a non-apology. It's so bare minimum. I'm not even going to read it. It's a waste of time. She said, I don't condone violence against women. I don't condone X, Y, and Z, but she didn't acknowledge her intimidation accusations, or the accusation that she had intimidated witnesses, that she was good friends with Danny beforehand, that she was still friends with Danny at the time that she wrote it because she only unfriended him because of me. It's not a real apology. I know what a real apology is. And as someone who doesn't get real apologies as a victim, I'm going to say, for all the other victims out there who you're not going to fucking listen to, not that you're going to listen to me, that was weak. And I don't accept it. And you can say what you want, but being what you want is a different thing. And we know what you want to be, because you keep being it. I mean, it's only been 2 weeks, but you guys really ran this fucking thing into the ground. People don't realize yet that you're dead. Like that this entire movement is dead. I do care that you participated after being asked in the cruel intimidation of Jane Doe 1 with your cult pals at court. I do care that you didn't once mention that you are a member of a child and human trafficking cult that covers up the abuses and rapes of children and adults. I do care that your parents work for OSA, the Office of Special Affairs of the Cult of Scientology, which have been ordering attacks on me and my family, and me too. Apparently, somebody thought it was cool to threaten me and you didn't think it was a problem to say anything, even though I told you it was happening. I had to get security involved. You never once treated me like a human being. I don't give a fuck if you care about what I think. If somebody claiming to be on your behalf threatens me and says they're going to run me down at a show, which I have every right to be at, and put me in a hospital with a bunch of their friends, attacks on me and my family, which include murdering my dogs in the most inhumane and evil ways. I do care that they have been attacking and harassing my fellow sister survivors. You don't speak out against Scientology, not because you're terrified of them. You don't speak because you are one of them. Shame on Linkin Park. Fuck you. Okay, that was Cedric's thought. Now Cedric offers a thought on, or offers space for Chrissy, his wife, one of the Jane Does, so she can give her thoughts on it. Chrissy writes, Emily, did you know that your friend Chris Wadhams and Danny Masterson would drive by one of the Jane Does very slowly after a fucked up day of cross-examination and follow her in their car, staring at her, trying to intimidate her? I do. Did you know that Alana Masterson, Danny's wife, would hide in bathrooms after one of the Jane Does had a massive panic attack on the stand and proceeded to harass her in the bathroom, calling her a liar? What? You didn't hear about that? Did your parents shield you from that? Your OSA parents? Or were you cool with that? Doesn't your church call that the fair game policy? Which is exactly why I took that threat seriously. I am an enemy of the church. Fair game is real. And I'm starting to think how the Scientology might be involved in the death of my father. Weren't you just hanging out with Nasal Queef herself, Bijou Phillips, just a couple of days ago? Oh wait, she's okay now because she divorced Danny? She sure had a grand old time reading my wife's police report in a mocking post. Remember how she screamed when they took Danny away? I bathe in that moment every single fucking day. Careful, homegirl. That Phillips curse is contagious. Just read Mackenzie Phillips' book. You should also read up on that fucking dingbat Bijou's past behavior. That is, of course, if the church allows you to read about her. They do have a policy about reading anything critical of the church and its members. Your church also has a bad snitching culture where you write knowledge records on fellow members who are not, quote, following the teachings of founder L. Ron Hubbard, just like the East German Stasis imposed on its citizens. Woo! They just fucking said that shit. That's hot. That's crazy. That's like hot to the touch. Stasis. Fuck. That's your church. Today is the 1-year anniversary of having put that shitbag you thought was a, quote, good guy in jail. You can't even say sorry to the Jane Does properly, huh? Your apology is worded as if you hired some PR crisis team to help you. As for you, Linkin Park, you should fire your entire team for not thoroughly vetting your choice. You're a Disney-level brand trying to make a comeback, and you didn't think to spend a little money on looking into her. Stop playing at drive-ins music on your pre-show playlist. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. That was Cedric. Oh, shit. Oh, I got them mixed up. My bad. So the first one was Chrissy. This one is Cedric. My bad. But still, that's hard as fuck. And people are still asking if this is really that serious. Yeah. And then here's Mike on his Discord shortly after that, commenting on parasocial relationships. Quote, and this is the condensed version of it, disrespect me and lose my respect in return. Okay? And that's the big takeaway from this. What he actually wrote in its totality is, many people will take time to wrap their heads around us with her, meaning Linkin Park with Emily Armstrong. If people are respectfully not there yet, I'm totally fine with that. But disrespect me, and you will lose my respect in return. Yeah, maybe like Kyle Christner lost your respect. Maybe like the way I lost your respect when I told your wife that I would absolutely not lie about my reality to keep people safe when they deserve to be outed for their predatory behaviors. I understand this. We need to give space for everyone who is shocked, processing. It is difficult. Seeing me and M together, shoulder to shoulder, brought up so many feelings for people in our crew and management. Happy and sad at the same time. So complex. So complex. It's not that fucking complex, Mike. As I wrote, hey, Mike, people aren't having a difficult time wrapping their head around the prospect of Linkin Park reinventing itself. I'm not. They are having a hard time wrapping their head around how you, one, hired your friend of many years, Emily Armstrong, to replace at Chester Bennington, knowing Emily's history in the church and her history as an ally to Danny Masterson is what it is. 2, quietly erased my father's life and legacy in real time, not only during a band interview meant to clear the air about certain aspects of Linkin Park's history and future, but during International Suicide Prevention Month. 3, have refused to acknowledge the impact of hiring someone like Emily without so much as a clarifying statement on the variety of victims that make up your fan base. No acknowledgement of the way you groom your fan base, which I talked about in June. I called him a whitewashed colonizer who grooms his fan base and said that it was my job to bring bullshit to the surface. Thank you a lot, Sloan. I watch your videos for fun, bro. You know how sad it made me to watch your video reporting on me and to hear that you only took 1/3 of my total argument, which was that what I do here is hold people accountable and bring bullshit to the surface so we can talk about it, that Mike Shinoda's a whitewashed colonizer and that he's groomed his audience for over 20 years. You did not do your homework. And now I have to do it. I have to do the job for you, even though you consider yourself a journalist. It's disappointing. Without acknowledging Chester's kids or family, my falling out with your wife at Anna Shinoda, who cannot be mentioned here either because I was blocked. Danny Masterson's victims, or even Emily's intimidation of those victims, and the list goes on and on and on. I would mention you, but you restricted my interactions with you because you don't like what I have to say, so this will have to do. What you've done is not something for people to acclimate to. It's not a shock that people are just going to have to take time to process and understand. You have betrayed the trust loaned to you by decades of fans and supporting human beings like myself. We trusted you to be the bigger, better person, Uncle Mike, to be the change, because you promised us that was your intention. Now you're just senile and tone deaf. Insane. At this point, I would wager that all you LP guys know is disrespect. You didn't trick me. I heard you slip on the end of your Zane Lowe interview, number 2. This album has been in the works since at least 2019, possibly 2017. I know your pattern. I saw what you did. So disrespect us. Go ahead, disrespect me. And boy, when I get to the concert, are we going to talk about disrespect? Because that motherfucker, he decided to noose. He decided noose. He wanted noose. Hand or fist? He chose fist. This is my opinion. I do not appreciate the comment made by Mike about disrespect. I'm going to say as much. My perspective on the matter is that I have never seen the band allow for, quote, respectful resistance. I've never seen the band allow third-party perspectives in the conversation. The pattern says, historically, people who express alternative views to the mainstream narrative are marginalized and shut down. I do not support. I is the wormhole. This is the void. Then I went to Linkin Park again, the main Instagram page. And I said, hi, I would like, sorry, one second, I thought that was paused. I said, hi, I would like to formally ask you for tickets to your 9/11 show. Which again, how fucking rude is that? You're gonna do all of this on Never Forget. You're gonna do this all on Twin Towers Day. As if you weren't literally trying to tell everybody you don't give a fuck. Respectfully, I would like to observe a ticket for me, a ticket for my wife. Please let me know if this is not something you would like to honor. Thank you for your time. What do you think? Do you think they honored it? I said, I have reached out personally to Linkin Park, Ryan DeMarty, the director of operations for Machine Shop Records, Bill Silva, my ex-boss, he was my employer in 2019, who is the chief operating officer, or the COO, of Machine Shop Records, and was also in a high position within either the label or Warner Music Group. At the time of Chester's passing, he was overseas, and that's how I met Alan Sinclair and became a firefighter. Story for a different time. And then I went harder, because Mike said, Emily appreciation button, and made an arrow to the like button under the Linkin Park Showcase Instagram posting of Emily singing, which I thought was a dirty, nasty, stupid fucking move. It makes me go like this, what? What? Really? You're going to ignore me? You're going to ignore everything that I'm saying that is reasonable? All of my kindness is going to be thrown away, and you're going to put an Emily appreciation button? Which, of course, at that point in time, had 16.4 thousand likes. I've also messaged Mike Shinoda himself. I genuinely want to go to the show. Then he does his interview where he messes up on the timeline. And I said, I know sometimes people make mistakes, misquote information, or remember it differently in the moment, and that Mike and Emily claim to have met in 2019, but still, it is interesting to me that Mike accidentally said he met Emily in 2017 before correcting himself. I wonder which friend introduced the two of them. I think that's a reasonable question. Especially since he's running around with the Clintons and other one-percenters. And then, against all odds, from Twitter, a place that Mike calls a cesspool, and yet has all the receipts of his bullshit over the years, we find the tweet, which was made, let's see, this was, what month was that? Oh, January 25th, 2018, Mike Shinoda tweeted, I have every intention on continuing with Linkin Park, and the guys feel the same. We have a lot of rebuilding to do and questions to answer, but not for us. So it'll take time. And then they go on to say that it is about the audience. And then here's a Linkin Park post from October 4th, 2017, which says, to our wonderful fans in Japan and our brothers in One OK Rock, we have been looking forward to being with all of you, but unfortunately cannot play our previously scheduled performances in Tokyo. Until now, we have not communicated about our about our November shows because we sincerely wish to play, even in the wake of Chester's passing. We are working each day to grieve, heal, and work towards stepping on stage together without our dear friend. We are so grateful for your love and support, our sincere appreciation to your kindness and understanding. Okay, so the previous message was tweeted in January of 2018, the next year. This is October of 2017 on the 4th, which by the end of the month, they will have done the In Memoriam concert. So Mike Shinoda and the band never stopped, ever. Mike Shinoda used post-traumatic to launch his career in solo so he could continue to build the brand. He said right here that they have every intention, as early as October, before the memorial concert, to get back on stage with everybody and tour. The one that we just read is actually a follow-up to this comment about rescheduling shows. They never left. He's going to say, well, and he has said, well, you know, we never planned this and it just kind of happened, even though we were doing private sessions and live stream creative sessions with, you know, artists from all around the world and of all status in the industry. My opinion is that The Emptiness Machine is actually a reworking of the One More Light demos, the ones that didn't make it on the album. That they are, what they did is they went in, made new music, featured a bunch of artists, then broke the entire sessions down, all of them, reformatted them so that they are sequenced into the album, all the pieces are integrated. They added all those artists as featured artists, which is why Emily thought that she was a featured artist. And then they called her back because they were jump started into a process that they weren't prepared for, but had been preparing for. And that was, I don't know who did that. But right here they say it over and over again. We did not want to leave. We will not leave. Now we're at the beginning of Violet. Okay? Let's go through it. Oh, and then we have this classic interview with Jim Digby. and what I will show later in a Shinoda, where he calls Chester a demon, and he literally demonizes, both of them demonize Chester on stage right after he passed. But we'll get there. And again, everybody, I just want you to know that Cross Off, Friendly Fire, and One More Light were all recorded in the same year. They were released in a delayed fashion. So we get Friendly Fire in 2023. But Mike Shinoda in 2017 or 2018 on Twitch states that that song was mostly finished. So here's the problem with Friendly Fire. Go watch the featurette. They said they did some magic on it. They had to rework entire sections. They had to write parts for multiple sections of the song. But in the original Twitch comment, Mike Shinoda says that they had a bunch of songs like what eventually would be lost on the Meteora release, the box set release, that were finished, pretty much finished, mixed and mastered. Well, that changed by the time 2023 rolled around. So either they had that in the vault ready to go for that long, or they had lied about it, changed it in real time, released it last year. And Cross Off was released in 2019, even though it was recorded in 2017. And then here is another bit of odd evidence. Here we go. Here's Mike saying it depends on the fans. So LP Live, Linkin Park Live, the Stan account I was talking about earlier, on November 3rd, 2021, they wrote, in quote, Mike said, I've got a few things, but I'm not going to put anything out unless the song does well. I don't know what numbers you need. You're doing a good job promoting. Right now, the momentum is good, but it has to be great. So here's Mike literally saying, I have music I'm putting out so I can gauge people's interactions. If it's really good, then we'll come back. But if it's not, then we're just going to keep riding the wave until it becomes better. And then right below that, then the same day, a month later to the day, on December 3rd, 2021, Mike Shinoda tweeted, I'm not asking anyone to beg. Don't blow this out of proportion. I'm saying that the release of future recorded material depends on the demand for it, and I appreciate those of you who do, in quotes for some reason, want more music. There you go. There you have it. So when Mike Shinoda says, I didn't know we had fans, I didn't know, he's fucking lying. He's been grooming all of you since Chester died, using post-traumatic. He took advantage of you, he groomed you, and now he's reaping the benefits of that grooming. He says it right here. He was quoted a month earlier saying the same thing in different words. I'm going to keep releasing music so I can ride that wave of momentum. When it gets to a certain point, maybe we'll come back as a band, but it'll have to be really good. Would it be like a 300+% increase in net profit as a result of releasing the Meteora box set, which came with a brand new single? That kind of success? And then we come back to Kyle Christner. So Kyle Christner did not litigate against Linkin Park during either of the 3-year limitation periods. Okay? He chose to litigate outside of the Hybrid Theory and Hybrid Theory box set time periods. Okay? So you have to ask yourself, if somebody was so money hungry and being such a troll about this and just really wanted to be famous because they were famous, like so many of you dickhead Linkin Park fans want to say, why did he do that if he's a studio musician and he knows very well what a contract looks like and knows very well what musicians' rights are? And he's a professional musician. Why would he go out of his way to litigate against the label, the distribution, and the band when he has no real legitimacy to the claim? Maybe, just maybe, Kyle Christner, like me, was trying to stop Linkin Park from capitalizing for the 3rd time on record-breaking material. Maybe, just maybe, Kyle Christner caught wind of the Paper Cuts greatest hit release and decided now was the time, if any, to try to stop this bullshit. But you know, he was thrown out of court amicably. Just the way I was thrown out of court, amicably. I don't get a say in this conversation at all, do I? Oh, here we go. I sent this message to every band member and every member of management that I could find or I had access to. Okay? And at this time, by the way, I was involved or in touch with Rob McDermott, one of the oldest Linkin Park band managers there are. He, after Samantha did what she did to me, which I'm not going over here, he texted me pictures of the 3 million milestone plaques for Hybrid Theory, which had my name on them, which Samantha somehow was hoarding for over 10 years. Once she promised to bring me. He said, hey, I understand things are tense. I'm going to send them to you. I want to be a medium in this. I want to help. He never responded to me after that. Never, not even to this day. But I did ask him for tickets. So, I wrote this message. Hi, this is Jamie Bennington. I'm reaching out to you. Sorry, I'm going to say that again. Hi, this is Jamie Bennington. I'm reaching out to acknowledge your role as a Linkin Park bassist, and ask if you would be willing to assist me in securing 2 tickets to the Linkin Park show in LA on September 11th. One for me, one for my wife. I'll take whatever the band is willing to give. If they want me in the back of the arena far from view, I'll take it. If they want me to put me in a more ideal seat, I'll take it. We intend only to observe. I have reached out to the official LP Instagram, but have yet to receive a response to multiple messages, including my request for tickets and a clarification of my intent to observe. Please inform me if you are unwilling or unable to fulfill this request. Thank you for your time. P.S. I understand that there is potential for my perspective and actions to be perceived as disrespectful to you and your band. However, I feel that it is really important to me to see the show. This is a genuine request. I changed the role in this message for every person I sent it to. So here I'm sending it to Dave. So I said a bassist. I sent it to Joe, so I called him the DJ because what else is he called? I sent it to Mike, and I called him the president because he is. I sent it to Ryan DeMarty, who's been watching me, stalking me even, on my social media, because he's the director of operations. I sent it to Bill Silva, who I have his personal phone number. I sent it to Rob McDermott, who still has not responded to me. I sent a much lighter message to him because I know he's old management. And then I saw 15 minutes ago that Joe Hahn saw my message. He left me on red. So as of 15 minutes of sending that message, Joe Hahn, Uncle Joe Hahn, looked at my message, did not respond to me. And he never did. And then he blocked me. And then luckily, oh my God, so luckily, I don't even know your name. I still don't know your name, but you're a wonderful person. Somebody got so upset by this interaction, by these interactions, by this entire situation. They bought me tickets before I could tell them no. I told them no a couple of times, but they're like, no, you need something to fall back on. Like, what if you don't get to go to the show? And then they finally sent it to me, and I was like, dude, like, okay, thank you so much. Now I have to go. 100% I have to go. I have not been threatened yet. And I said, I'll repay this kindness. I said, thank you to the person who bought Trilogy and I tickets to the show. I will repay your kindness, because I will repay your kindness. So we're coming up on the show. I got these tickets like literally 3 days or 4 days before the show. Okay? I didn't have time to get a pet sitter, so I had to take my cat with me. I don't know anybody anyways. Which is also why my social media exists, okay? Because I don't know people. I wrote, I will be attending the 9/11 show for now with tickets bought by a supporter, because I was kind of hoping Linkin Park would come in and I'd be able to refund them, but they didn't. Only the Kia Forum stepped in, and only after I threatened to call the cops after calling them 5 times, which again, still thank you for helping me. Thank you for taking my security safely, or my safety and security seriously. I appreciate that. Still waiting on Linkin Park and management to acknowledge me while attending the show. Please do not harass me or my partner. Respectfully, we are attending for closure, for acknowledgement. I am grieving. Again, I had said I was grieving this entire time. To my live stream about the Linkin Park, I think it was part 1 of my From Zero reaction. This person, because it was originally an Instagram pop-up, not a YouTube live stream. This person wrote, "Go join your dad." Go join your dad, they said to me. Another person said, "I saw this with all respect. Please, please, let them be happy." How about no? How about no? I don't want them to be happy. I want them to stop or crash and burn. I have no sympathy. Take his gratitude from him. Maybe he'll show you something. Whoa. I got more static on the way. Say, whoa. Oh, when they come for me, I'll be gone. And all the people say, ah. And watching Mike do that song at the Kia Forum, by the way, made me want to jump up on stage and take his shit out. I didn't, but it made me feel that way. I said to somebody, I responded to somebody. Oh, it was to the guy who said, "Go join your dad." Instagram removed my comment to them, which was, "We are one. Power Rangers style, bitch. You ugly." They took it down because they said it was too aggressive. I'm literally getting hate comments and death threats and all sorts of stuff. And Instagram has not stepped in one time, but my comment was taken down for being too intense. Here's Emily Armstrong with her "I'm a God" picture. I'm so beyond excited for this next chapter. It's not your next chapter, it's your first chapter, bitch. What the fuck are you talking about? Stop acting like you've been here the whole time. Oh wait, you have. The love and support does not go unnoticed. Yeah, but you know what does go unnoticed? Any kind of formal criticism about you and your interaction with the world and your past. Yeah, it's not enough to focus on love. No, it's not enough to say, "I'm sorry, I don't condone violence," without acknowledging the fact that you've intimidated people who have been literally raped by a serial rapist while they're being cross-examined. You are intimidating them. Okay. But yeah, you're fine with poverty cosplay, right? Again, I'm going to start a band. It's going to be like a limited edition. It's going to be like one album. And it's going to be called Dead Chester. And it's going to be like against Emily Armstrong. She's going to love it. She's going to eat it up because she likes the drama. So yeah, Mike blocked me. Officially at this point, this is where he blocked me. So before he unfollowed me and restricted me, now he's blocked me after I sent the message. So he only blocked me after I asked him for the tickets. After I asked him to take me seriously and let me know if he couldn't. But he wants everybody to be respectful. Oh wait, but there is no such thing as being disrespectful or respectful, because anything that isn't what he wants is going to be disrespectful. Here's another person. This person's name was Star Cloud. They said, "I pray you end up like your father, you disgusting little bastard. Did your dad also have accusations on him for diddling a kid? Put the drugs down and pull your head out of your ass, retard." Excuse me. I shared a private conversation with the people because I knew that Samantha was going to turn around like the snaky asshole she is, and she was going to try to pin something on me that isn't real. It's not an accusation. It's not an allegation. I told her that she was abusive. I listed out every single pattern we've been going through for the last 18 years. Because I met her when I was 8. So if it's 2024, then yeah, you do the math. A long time, over a decade, almost 2. And she said that to me out of hate. I said, "You remind me of people who now include Mike Shinoda, Dave Farrell, Joe Hahn, Brad Delson, Emily Armstrong, and Colin Brattain. You remind me of people like this, and it's not okay, and I don't accept it. That's why she said what she said about me. She followed it up in the same breath with Draven is not your biological brother, after telling me last year she would never say that shit again. And not only that, but she also took it further and said that I don't count as one of Chester's voices, that I don't count as a reasonable person or someone worth taking seriously because I'm adopted and I'm not Chester's biological son. And you can go ahead and shut the fuck up, Sam. I got some fucking evidence for you after this and your slanderous ways. I ought to sue you, and I might. I have a lot of thoughts about suing these people for emotional damages, for real. I have asked Linkin Park. I have asked Grey Days. I have asked LP Live. I have asked so many people to come in, be respectful, set the tone. Because how many people come in with me and get bullied, kicked out of spaces? They get fucking destroyed by the most brutal people. And I have to do that on my own as well. And I'm asking you to steer the conversation. If you care about us and you care about your fan base, you step in and say, hey, this is not acceptable. This is. Don't spew hate. Don't spread disinformation. Don't. And that's why the other day, when we got those potentially fake interactions with Mike and Emily responding to Susan, my grandmother, my father's mother, Rolling Stone interview, I was like, it doesn't matter. At this point, you lose all respect. You lose all fucking sympathy. I hope this train fucking crashes and burns seriously. Because you do not deserve what you have. You have not fucking earned it. You have refused to step in as voices of reason. You have refused to answer vital, serious questions about not only your band members, but the band itself. You still have not told us what you guys were doing the day that Chester died. You still have not told us why the ride share was changed by 4 hours. Management owes us answers. Period. And then here we are, finally, Sagar Hussein. He says, I'm going to find you at the concert with love, Mike. I said, don't find anybody. And he said, see you soon, big boy. And I said, no, you won't. And then I wrote repeatedly, I have asked Linkin Park band members, affiliated social media accounts, and band management, let me try that again. Repeatedly, I have asked Linkin Park band members, affiliated social media accounts, and band management to step in and correct the behavior of their more radicalized, aggressive fans, some of which call themselves soldiers. 2, I have alerted the band and management that I intend to attend the concert and asked to receive a formal acknowledgement if they don't want me at the show. And 3, I have claimed that I am attending the concert for closure as well as to observe. I come in peace. I have been ignored. End of story. If anything happens to me or my partner while attending this concert, it's on Linkin Park. Because it is. For all of you naysayers out there who are like, it's not the band's fault. It's not you're the aggressive, entitled, spoiled fucking asshole out here who's not letting them be happy, and you're causing problems. How dare you say it's on them? It's on them. Was that not clear enough? Is this all not clear enough? It's not that I didn't try with these people. By the time that Linkin Park came back, I have literally reached the end of my rope with every single one of these people over a span of 7 years. Don't you fucking come over here and start talking like you know something you don't. I will shut you down. And then here it is. That video that I mentioned was in the call-in chat. When he said, bye. You catty bitch. I said it. I was outside eating food in LA. I had just gotten there. We weren't even able to check into our hotel yet. And I'm getting these threats, and I've already said all of this. And I hashtagged so many people. And I said, this is very serious. I need you to listen to me. There were 2 videos, and in between were screenshots of my friend's interaction with this person, because of course, when you see something, you say something. And I had somebody in my life who was bold enough to go talk this guy down. They went over and they wrote, I'll be at the concert too, punk. Fuck around and find out. I'll be right behind them. Try me. This person said, this is Cigar Hussein again, responding. We're going to see, huh? I won't be alone. My boys and I already spent $4K just to beat his little bastard ass. I'm not a bastard. My daddy, full-fledged, 100%, all fucking T's crossed and I's dotted, said I was his. And that there were extenuating circumstances that prevented him from being my father for the first 7.5 years of my life. So that's what ignorance does. They said, my friend said, get the fuck out of here. 4K is a lot to drop on a hospital trip. You don't want this NY smoke, trust me. Cigar responded, you will find out when we create a scene. This pussy won't show up, I bet. Fuck you. I showed up. I show fucking colors. I was loud as fuck. Everybody knew where I was. Shut your goddamn mouth. You're a fucking prick and you a fucking coward. Go fuck yourself. I don't care what fucking church you affiliate with. You are fucking lame. Period. My friend responded, want to know something even funnier? Good luck finding him in a stadium with tens of thousands of people. Literally, I think the entire capacity, I looked it up. It was like, I think the capacity of the Kia Forum was 17,505. I think. They wrote in response, who's going to look for him? Who said we're going to look for him inside? But yeah, we'll be tracking him down as soon as he reaches the venue. My friend said, yeah, keep talking shit behind the screen. Get the fuck out of here. Nice fake profile, loser. And at this point, they had actually changed their profile pic. They changed it from somebody's face to a well-known Scientology symbol. So no, it wasn't just me being, oh, I'm just taking the internet so seriously. This was me going, oh, fair game is real. Scientology's been involved since at least 2019. Who knows if they had any involvement with my father's death. And now there's somebody claiming to be on behalf of Mike and Emily, who they're going to say Emily here in a second. Emily's very well known to be in the church. This guy's saying Mike is an affiliate of the church. It says he's going to hunt me down, okay? No, I'm not being fucking dramatic. My friend responded, if that's you, bro, you're fucking chopped, because the picture is like this really small guy, probably about my size. And then this person, Cigar, responded, that punk needs a woman to defend him, LOL. I bet you won't show up. Stay out of it is all I can say. I don't need a woman to back me up. I got women to back me up. That's different, okay? I got real friends out here. I got homies. I got people who dropped more. They dropped at least $500. I got 4 different people who dropped at least $500 to just go to the show to protect my ass. And I still had law enforcement. And I still showed up with no mask, no costume. Who the fuck you playing with? I don't think you understand. I don't need a woman. I got a woman. And they happen to be more of a man than you are. And by the way, for all you punk ass motherfuckers talking shit about my wife, they talk too much. Why the fuck they like that? They're so fucking annoying. Shut the fuck up. I don't give a fuck what you think. One of the strongest people in the world right there. I don't give a fuck what you think. You talk mad all day. Go ahead. But that's what it is. It's mad. As in madness, as in you're fucking crazy. My friend responded, you'll be looking for a needle in a haystack. You are a nobody. Facts. All you are doing is hiding your real identity. Facts. And talking massive game when you have absolutely zero strategy. Facts. Get a fucking hobby. Stop making threats. Facts. Why are you so mad at Jamie anyways? What the fuck is your issue? This person responded, just wait is all I can say. When that pussy starts sharing stories about how he got beaten up. But the funny part is that they actually spelt it how we got beaten up. And here you are, man. Bah, 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 bah. Yeah, fuck you. Get your fucking ass knocked the fuck out. And then they responded, my friend responded, you're probably brainwashed. Facts. That's what I thought. You have absolutely zero reason to hate on Jamie. It's either that or your reasons are bullshit because you can't even tell me why you're this way, you scumbag. And this person, Cigar, responded, it's not just me, motherfucker, has triggered a lot of people. Oh, so you're admitting now that I made people angry. I hurt people's feelings. Like I hurt Colin's feelings when all I did was say, Colin literally blocked me today because I said he was in the band. Because I hurt your little feelings. Yes.
I think I was drunk and then she said
You can crack it.
Also, how are you doing?
I need water. Can I have some? Thank you. Yeah, the person said I triggered a lot of people. It's not just them. I'm just a small fly, but he will be getting fucked up for sure, is all I can say. My friend responded, triggered. Triggered you how, sweetheart? Such a New York thing to say.
How are you feeling?
I'm great. We're taking it real slow because we have to talk about the whole thing before we even get to the show. Because I got fucking threatened and blocked and marginalized and shut down.
Yeah.
So we just gotta cover it, you know? How are you doing?
Fine. I tuned in a bit ago and you were getting louder and emotional, saying some crazy shit. And I was like, what are you talking about? I was just emotionally speaking.
Yeah.
But
Well, because I'm grumpy.
I know.
I'm a grumpy Care Bear. But yeah, I definitely have no sympathy at this point.
I know, that's what you said after.
There you go, yeah. Yeah, that's what it was. Thank you.
Yeah. Just set fire when she's ready. I think she just wanted one.
I think so too. I just realized when you opened it, I was like, oh, she's probably thirsty. Okay. They said, my friend said, triggered you how, sweetheart? How exactly? You know, go ahead and put on your big boy pants and act like a man. Whoever the fuck you are. This person said, as so many of these aggressors say online to me, just cry about it. Cry, cry. Cry, cry, cry. Cry, cry baby. You're a big cry baby. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm not really crying. But I have cried online. And I've shown why I've cried online. And I've shown what my practice is in reviewing videos and photos and other media of my crying. And how it helps me. So they're not really hitting anything. See, you're thinking that you're going for the jugular, and I'm telling you that I'm actually an eel, and I live in the water, and you just don't understand. You just don't understand the science. So this person said then, we don't know how to talk big like you. You'll find out next text then. With love, Emily and friends. Emily and friends. And then my friend said, oh, you're so scary. Hold our hands steady. We're shaking. Oh. Stop texting me from other accounts, loser. So this guy's not only harassing me, but they're also talking shit to my friend who's standing up for me and harassing them from both, like multiple accounts. I'm going to say at least 2, right? So that was really funny. Okay, now we're on Violet Portal 2. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. We're almost at the show, guys. There's a picture of me looking down with that Chester vein in my forehead. It's 9/11. I remember, never forget. P-I-N-K. Your head looks unsettled, child. I'm not an icon. You are. I post I love my dad. I post some cool little Sins lyrics or songs. And then we're after the show. So let's go to the playlist, guys. We finally did it. High five. Woo! It took us how long? It took us 189 minutes. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. And we're going to talk about the show now. Yeah, we're getting to it. High five. Come here. Well, you want a break? You want to come get some love? Come on. Come on. No, that's my computer. That's not me. Come here. Hi, baby. How are you? You're right. We should take a breath before we hit the set list. We've really been crunching through this at a glacial pace, but crunching still. Ah, the show. Oh, the show. Ugh. Mike Shinoda, once again, your passive, bitchy attitude, it's crazy. So, first they play Inception. I'm going to read the whole thing, okay? Oh, I see. It's broken into pieces. Okay, Inception is the first, it's part one. So part one of the set list is called Inception. It comprised of six songs. Somewhere I Belong, Crawling, Lying From You with a speech from Mike Shinoda, Points of Authority, New Divide with the Moscow intro, and The Emptiness Machine. The apparently applauded single hitting #1 spots on international charts. Like, I get nostalgia, but fuck, that's like when everybody spent, like, that's like when The Force Awakens made like X amount of billions of dollars for being a literal trash fucking movie. Part 2 consists of 5 songs. It's called Creation. And the songs are The Catalyst, Burn It Down, Waiting for the End, with a speech from Emily and Mike, which is not really a speech, guys. When we're talking about speeches here, we're talking about bare minimum interactions. Like them just taking a moment to go, hey, yeah, we're on stage, huh? Yeah, okay, and move on. Part 3 is Empty Spaces, which is 4 songs, which is actually 5 songs, because the first song is a marriage between Mike Shinoda's Fort Minor bullshit and, his other big radio hit, and When They Come For Me. So it's When They Come For Me, Remember the Name, Lost in the Echo, which is insane how you could play that song, Given Up, insane how you could literally not play until you black out, and One Step Closer. And then we have Break, Collapse, which is part 4, right? Part 4 is Break or Collapse. That consists of 3 songs, which is Lost, which I don't know how the fuck you are justifying releasing a brand new Linkin Park single after Chester died with his own fucking vocals on it, and then doing an acoustic version with Scientologist and rape apologist Emily Armstrong. Yeah, you are lost in the memory. But that's why I designed this rhyme, so I could explain it through time. That all I know is everything will eventually be a memory. Shut the fuck up. Sorry, bro. I hate you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Part 5 is longer than the last 2 sections. They have 6 songs. This part is called Kintsugi. Kintsugi? I'm imagining that's probably Japanese or something. Leave out all the rest. My December, which Emily sang, which is literally fucking mind-blowing. Friendly Fire, which is literally... Do you not know what Friendly Fire means? Do you not know it? Numb, In the End, and Faint. Then there's the encore, which is called Resolution, which is 3 songs. And it's Paper Cut, Keys to the Kingdom, and Bleed It Out. Which, by the way, I can see it right here. At least 3 times that Mike Shinoda talks shit about me on stage. Okay, let's do it. So, like I said, the day of the concert, I still hadn't heard from the Kia Forum. Let's start there. I hadn't heard back from them. I had called them 4 times. I had left messages. I explained the situation. I was very polite. like I have been with everybody. And the 5th call, I was like, no, I can't do this. So I started calling around the police. I called Inglewood, I called LA police, just in general. And eventually they called me back. And a man named Dusty helped me. And he I guess, runs security over there. And he was like, hey, we got this call. We do have law enforcement here. We would be happy to assign you law enforcement. Just let me know when you get there. So while I was waiting for that call from Dusty, which I only got like literally 2 or 3 hours before the show. So we didn't even know if we were going to go, right? Like we didn't even know if we could go to the show. We had tickets. I paid for all the travel, the food, the hotel, and the parking and all that. So, you know, I spent like easily like $1,500 going to the Linkin Park concert. Okay. I dropped like $1,000, maybe even 2 on the Linkin Park concert, and I didn't even pay for tickets. Okay. Just in case I could get security to help me out and I could actually go to the show, because if I couldn't, then I would go anyways for sure, but it would be at the cost of my safety, right? And so we were kind of deciding whether or not we even wanted to go in and sit down in at all. I wanted to go, but, you know, if I'm going to die, maybe I won't go. Maybe I'll live to fight another day. You know, the band doesn't care, the management doesn't give a fuck, and the venue is taking forever to respond. So I reached out to Cedric and Chrissy on Instagram and was put in contact by Chrissy and Cedric with Serge Del Mar, who I did the live stream with after the show. I had just seen one of his videos prior to the show, and I was like so surprised that I ended up actually seeing the guy and like spending time with him and his partner, Michael. And I reached out to Chrissy and Cedric. Well, I reached out to Cedric first. I had been reaching out to Chrissy. I had been saying, thank you for saying something. Thank you for standing up for my dad. Thank you for your kindness. I'm so sorry for what you've gone through. Because Chrissy was a victim of Danny Masterson and Emily, I didn't want to put it on her. My question of, what do I do to combat a threat by the Church of Scientology? I know that they had been assaulted and insulted, and, you know, I just didn't want it to be Chrissy's thing, because, again, I'm very aware of victims, and I care a lot. I'm a victim's right advocate. Like, you're not going to fucking get me on stupid bullshit. I care so much. I'll always trust the victim before it's proven otherwise. Like, I trust victims first. So, you know, I went to Cedric, and finally we got in touch, and I was like, hey, Cedric, I just want to know how you handled being threatened by the church, so I know what to do. And we ended up connecting. And like I said, we got involved with Serge, and Serge was actually on the phone with me trying to figure out where to sit, because he wanted to sit next to me and be there to protect me, like so many other people who went to the show, and so many more of the people at the show who bought the tickets to go, but also happened to be a supporter of mine, not just people who bought tickets to show up for me, which, again, thank you to all of you. You guys are fucking amazing. And I did get to see Serge at the show. So I pull up at the venue, bro. I pull up at the venue, and here we go, okay? We're going to talk about somebody real quick, because I saw you, you son of a bitch. I saw you. I hope you're watching, and I hope you're fucking sweating. You are a disgrace. For real. So I walk up, I pull up, right? G and I are having like the best time ever. We went out to eat, we're treating it like a vacation. And, you know, because we don't get to go places often. We wanted to go to the beach, we never had a reason, now we have a reason. You know, we're making the best of it, like we always do. And we're having a good time, and we pull up to the venue, and one of my favorite responses from the security there was, I pulled up and they're looking for the parking pass, and I'm like, oh, I don't have one, you know, I'm talking to Dusty, like, yeah, I'm Chester Bennington's son. They're like, I don't know who that is. So that was funny. That happened like 2 or 3 times. People are like, I don't know who that is. And I'm like, you don't know who that is, but you're doing security for the show? Okay, you don't follow anything, do you? Or you're just being apolitical? I don't know. But, you know, I get there and I'm standing. I pull up, I get out. You know, I put my tennis shoes on because I was wearing sandals, and I hear that they're playing all of Chester's vocals, just like song after song after song. And I'm like, damn, dude, this is crazy. And I'm like, this is just, and then behind the DJ station, because it was a radio station that was doing that, and they were, you know, just playing the discography, and then there's the big banner again, Brad Delson front and fucking center, and no Alex, and everybody just looks so silly, and it just feels that way. And I walk up to Dusty, and I'm like, hey man, like it's me, and he's like, oh hey, how's it going? And he gives me brand new tickets. I don't end up using the tickets that were purchased for me. And so I'm up. They know where I'm sitting. They know what my situation is. I've been assigned law enforcement officers. They come up, they introduce themselves. And as the law enforcement officers are pulling up, I spot somebody super fucking familiar. It's not my family. It's longtime career photographer Mark Fiore. Yeah, I want to say your full ass fucking name, you asshole. I saw Mark Fiore. Eye to eye, about this far away. He was with a group of people, it looked like. There were a bunch of kids with that person. I don't know if they ended up being in the same group, because Mark literally disappeared into the VIP area, like as fast as possible. He walked past me, and I went, hey, yeah, Mark, hey, Mark, it's me. He looked over at me. He looked at me, guys. He didn't just walk off like he didn't hear me. He looked at me and went, and then just kept walking. And I was like, hey, Mark. And one of the kids stopped. He's like, what? And I was like, I'm Chester Bennington's son. That's Mark Fiore. I know that guy. And he's acting like he doesn't know me. The kid's like, what? And it walks away. I see Mark. He's like pulling out his pass. He's like trying to get through VIP as fast as possible. And VIP is literally like, this is the front of the venue. This is VIP. So I see Mark and I'm like, Mark. He goes over here. He's looking at me straight in the face. And I go, hey, yeah, you. And G's like, hey, calm down. Like, don't make a scene. I'm like, no. That is the Linkin Park career photographer right there, looking me in my fucking eyes. And he's not going to acknowledge me. He's going to walk away. He did. He walked away. I never saw him again. Hey, Mark, you're a pussy. Sorry. It's my opinion. These are all my feelings. But that was a real fucking bitch move. Because I've had many one-to-one experiences with you, and for you to act like I don't fucking exist and in favor of the band, buddy, them's fighting words. I don't respect you. I don't support you. If I ever see you again, we aren't friends. We don't know each other. No. You're not an ally. You're a snake. I guess it's true. Old Linkin Park management and old Linkin Park crew, they all did come back. I wonder what photos he took that night, if he did. So we walk in and I'm like a little hyped. I'm like, holy shit, that just fucking happened, bro. Like, gee, that just you don't even know. You never met this guy. You've never seen this part of my life ever, because my dad died before I met you. You never got to see this. My dad is rolling. If you were looking inside the urn right now, his little particles would be moving around. That's how pissed he would have been. Treat my fucking kid like that. He spent his entire career making sure that people like fucking that guy aren't allowed to treat me that way. Like I said, end of the rope. This is a long fucking road, guys. This is not just me fucking flying off the handle and being an asshole. This is me pissed off over it. Over the snaky, deceitful, bitchy behavior. Bye. Fuck you, Colin. For real. Somebody today was like, dude, Colin's so chill though. Leave him alone. Oh, Colin's so chill? Colin's so chill that he ignores, marginalizes, that he doesn't actually say anything. Colin hasn't had to say fucking anything. He's gotten to have everything he wants without any of the effort required to deserve it. And so is Emily. So, we're on that. Anyways, now we get into the show. And there's only one band before them, before Linkin Park. And it's Grandson. And like I said, I have thoughts on Grandson, but it's not really against Grandson. Like I'm really not out here to spit fire at everybody. I understand how the industry works. I understand how contracts work. I understand how mentorships work. I understand. I didn't realize he had been on post-traumatic. He said that on stage. He was like, you guys might remember me from my debut, you know, in post-traumatic. And I was like, ouch, whoa. I was just vibing with this dude. Like, I'm over there like, okay, I don't know any of this music. This is kind of, oh shit, they're rocking. Oh, and then I'm like, oh fuck, post-traumatic. Damn, that was nasty. And then of course, you know, he's the hype guy because he's the opener. Again, I understand how these things work. You're paid to be on the tour because you support the band. Headlining is Linkin Park. Opening is Grandson. I get it. Hey guys, you guys fucking ready to see some fucking history? This is nothing like you ever fucking seen before. This is amazing. Mike Shinoda's my mentor. He's been such a good guy to me, such a good family, what a good friend. And I'm sitting there like, oh, every one of those words is like, oh, malaise, man, malaise. I am feeling tingles all over the place, and it's all fucking sadness. That's why I said it was like an exorcism. There's so many emotions. So many. You know, I grew up with these guys. 8 years old and up. Meteora, Minutes to Midnight, 1,000 Suns, Living Things. Well, I didn't really get to do much of Living Things. By that point, I was in high school, so I had to be more fixed in my geography. But, you know, I did listen to the albums and whatnot, and like, it was just really hard. Like, I didn't go to a single One More Light show. Like, I was not invited to any of those. Not even by my dad. So, I don't even think I went to many hunting party shows. But I think those might have been the last shows that I saw. And, because then I went to college, right? And so, with that being said, you know, I was kind of like sad to hear, I have to talk about Grandson because Grandson's a part of it. You know, I just felt really sad. Like, I was just like, damn, look at this guy. Like, I have that energy. Like, I have that, you know? I'm so much, and these people want to make me feel like I'm so little. And it just sucks. You know, I'm glad that they had that opportunity. I'm happy for them. I'm glad they got that success, but I really hope that they understand what kind of people they're really dealing with. Because even the nice, cute, innocent people like Joe Hahn, the one I thought was the bleeding heart of the group, still isn't. He's still a snaky, backstabbing asshole. And then Linkin Park came on. And I feel like Grandson was on for a long time. Like, I feel like they were on for over an hour. They were on for like an hour and a half, maybe 2. It was kind of crazy. I kept looking at the time like, damn, when are they coming on? And even then, like, Linkin Park knows. They grew up in LA. They know that it's going to take 2 hours to get everybody in the building. So they know what's going on. And then, of course, you know, leading up to this, Brad had said it, Mike has been saying it, like, we are dialing in our live show, bro. Like, we are so locked in. This is so amazing. We spend millions of dollars and all this time, like years planning out our thing, and it's going to be so massive. And then it's like literally no better, if it even is as cool as the actual setup for the LPU showcase. I know that sounds harsh, but I'm going to talk about the show in a couple of different ways. The show I'm going to talk about first from a performance stand. So first I'm going to talk about the show as a performer. I understand the performance element of it. So I'm going to talk about the show from a performance perspective. And that will be pretty quick because it really comes down to how people played and how they didn't. So, and then what the show dynamics were in terms of special effects and things like that. So, and before I do that, actually, I should mention that like right when I got to my seat, which I had chosen specifically to keep myself out of certain situations, I was told by Dusty that the band offered me a riser seat. And I thought that was really weird because it it didn't sound authentic. It sounded pretty strange considering that I'd been waiting as long as I had been waiting for official response. And so I was like, no, I'm not going to accept that. And then I got a text from Dusty, which was meant for the entire security team, that I refused the riser and that I was sitting in this spot. And I appreciate that. And he hit me up and he's like, oh, I'm sorry, that wasn't supposed to be for you. And then edited the message so that it was something else, like the message that was, clarifying on what that was. But it was just really weird. I don't know why they would have offered me a riser seat. They don't give a fuck. So I stayed with my choice. I stayed with my strategic choice. Okay. Now, as for the special effects, let's talk about the performance. The special effects really weren't that much more impressive than the actual LPU showcase. Yes, the synchronizing the set list with the lights and the fog machine was cool. Yes, there was a progression of animated objects on their cube screens. Yes, there was dynamic lighting throughout the entire show, but in reality, was it something so incredibly innovative and worth the money, considering how expensive those tickets were? No. And to make it worse, and we'll get into some of these things, Mike Shinoda literally said to the audience during the show, we have so many fun things planned on this tour, like you can't even imagine, like he fucking hyped it up again. We're going to do X, Y, and Z, but you know what? I'm not even going to talk about it. That'll be for later. And then he basically cuts the entire audience out of that special thing that Linkin Park said they were going to do on the world tour, claiming that it's going to have to wait for the next show or the next show after that or maybe the show after that. And this far along in the process, them having done their East and West Coast shows, their show in Germany, for them to have released a new single during their third show, which is actually their fourth show on this tour, it was really weird to me, and I'm kind of even more weirded out that you can't stream it. And I really want to know what Mike Shinoda means by I'm tired of explaining the joke to you. Because he can be talking about himself, but he strikes me as someone who thinks he's giving the middle finger to someone and doing something big when really he's just making a fool of himself. I don't understand what this album's about, but then again, the album's not out, so I shouldn't be too critical about it. I'm just saying what I saw is what I saw. What I think is what I think. I don't think it's cool for them to have released a first single in their LPU showcase, to have denied the audience the cool shit they were going to do for the second show, which was the first show of the world tour, and to not release the single alongside the first performance of the single in Germany, which was their third show on their world tour. I just thought that was weird. Okay, so with that being said, I feel like the actual production was pretty mid. Yeah, I'm sure it costs a lot for those screens. I'm sure that you spent a lot of time on your little animated loops. The progression of it was mediocre. There wasn't anything significant there. There wasn't any kind of artistic vulnerability. There wasn't any kind of extra meaning to the lyrics or the situation. It was just kind of weird to think that that's what they thought was the most kicking shit they could do. It just doesn't make sense to me. It sounds like they hyped up the show specifically to get people involved and to get people happy about it because of all the backlash they were facing immediately after they came out. But I don't know. Yeah. Basically, they rearranged the entire stadium or the arena so that there was a 360 stage. And they did some cool rearranging, sure. I'm glad that both sides of the audience on the elongated side of the oval got to see Mike and the band on different angles, and Mike would go to that side and then back to this side, and okay. But in reality, that's just kind of what crowd work is. That's just kind of what playing on stage is. It's just kind of what the fucking show is supposed to be. Around the stage was a mosh pit. Some of you may have seen, I posted that hilarious video of Mike Shinoda asking people to do more moshing at their shows, as if he's trying to get people to be physically violent, expressive, aggressive for the sake of being at the show, which is something that he's publicly said I don't want for years. He spent 17 years building a more peaceful, interaction with the audience. It just felt weird. So, and by the way, that mosh pit did not look like that from the top. That was a very specific ground angle, and yeah, I understand that that's probably what it was down there, but that was probably only during Meteor and Hybrid Theory songs. I had people around me who were super supportive of me the entire time that I was venting, but you know, the second that those old songs came on, boom, 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 people were like, you know, fuck it, I'm going full demon right now, and that's fine, but that video that I shared, that was not indicative of the actual concert. The guy standing next to me was literally standing like this for the entire show. People behind me were doing the same thing. I was looking around, there were people doing the same thing. It's not just because I was loud and annoying. In terms of Mike Shinoda's performance, I did notice that they changed the keys to a lot of songs. They have to have. Because I was singing at the actual key and pitch that some of the songs were at, and it seemed like Emily was just a little lower, and that's fine. I understand meeting the needs of your singer at a technical level, like you can't go so high or you can't do so much, but also like with Mike, it felt like he actually kind of almost adjusted the music so that he and Emily could be a bit more relaxed and like lazy with their delivery, because Mike does this thing where he goes really, really hard all the fucking time. Even when he did Rakim's verse. I think he did Rakim's verse at the for Guilty All the Same at the Hamburg show. But I feel like he always pushes so hard when really in reality, you know, Rakim's talking like this. What kind of man is this when he's got dreams of being rich? Yeah, he's talking like that. It's relaxed. It's chill. He doesn't need to scream it at you. But Mike needs to scream it at you. Mike wants to get that. To him, he's playing football. You know what I mean? I know Mike. I know he treats this like a sport. To him, he's out there and he's running plays, and that's what he's doing. Okay. So in terms of Mike, like I felt like he was the most locked in version of himself, but also that kind of pissed me off because it just felt like Mike was just being Mike, and it didn't feel new. It didn't feel innovative. It didn't feel like he was really trying to do anything different. And so when even they brought like Remember the Name on, I was just like, dude, I don't give a fuck. I don't care about this. Also, what a bland set. Like that song, that whole playthrough was so boring. But we'll get to that. We're not talking about Mike being a shitty performer or an asshole on stage. We're talking about what he did do right. I feel like he really delivered to the crowd. I feel like his crowd work, obviously, you know, he does well. He talks to people. He knows how to get a crowd going. He knows how to start a riot. And as for Colin, yeah, sure. I like Rob. It's not that I'm a stickler for originals. It's not like I'm over here like, Linkin Park's not the same without Chester. I don't care what Linkin Park does. Chester himself said it's fucking Mike's band. I don't care. I care how they handle themselves, how they hold themselves, how they interact with the people who brought them to this moment. And to see 17,000 people there was like, whoa, you really, really, really don't give a fuck about taking advantage of these people. So it kind of just itched me the wrong way. Like I was just like, ugh, the whole time. And so, you know, Mike did good. Colin did good. Sure, Colin's a drummer. Yes, he is. He can play the drums. Did he do any cool stuff? No. He did a couple of drum solos, and I thought that compared to Rob Borden's drum solos, where, you know, Rob does some cool shit. Like, Rob can play like a 10-minute drum solo and make it real dynamic and pretty and thunderous, and I don't see Colin doing that. I did not like any of Colin's breakdowns. I did not like any of his solos. There was nothing where I was like, oh, you changed my mind. Oh, you made me buy that. I never had that moment. Mike, I had that moment in the past. I don't care. I'm not buying into him now. That's the whole point of going to the show. But Colin, you know, he's been one of the least vocal people this entire time, and I don't know much about him other than that he's a legacy of Linkin Park and that he's a legacy of Warner Music Group and that he somehow transplanted himself into the situation. And whether that is what it looks like or is the way it sounds, I don't know. But yeah, he's a drummer. I wouldn't say there's anything incredibly special. The Emptiness Machine was pretty boring in terms of drumming. I think everything about Emptiness Machine is pretty boring. I think everything about Heavy is so boring. But I like jazz. So I don't know. I listen to everything, so I don't know. Mike just sounds like he's literally rehashing the same thing over and over again, which is not creative when you're not being creative with it. Fuck. Dave, yeah, Dave plays bass. Yep, Dave is out there rocking. Alex, yeah, Alex did a good job. Yeah, I think that Alex actually did a really good job. I think he did a good job of capturing Brad's tone. I don't mean to skip past Dave, but Dave is Dave. Dave's always been the guy to be the silent bass player. So it's really hard to like have anything to say about his performance. I feel like Alex played kind of like Brad does play, like he tried to copy a lot. I feel like he emulated, not copy, but emulated a lot of Brad's stage movements. You know, Brad he's not an expressive guitar player. He'll literally shred just like this. And he's not going to move. I've asked him why he doesn't go ham. I've asked Brad. I've been like, Brad, why don't you out there like, just fucking throwing shit around, just freaking out. And he doesn't do that. He just doesn't do it. And so, yeah. Joe was embarrassing. I'm pretty sure, I did not like the LPU showcase with Joe. I actually think that he did do better than he did with the showcase, but I also think that the showcase was a poor performance on his part. I mean, there were literal moments he was out of sync with the song. Okay. Seeing him kind of like throw the 3D camera around was fucking weird. There was a moment where he like let his balls out, which was weird. He keeps acting as this like cartoonish weirdo that like I feel like he feels like people think that's cute or funny, or like maybe he feels he's cute and funny. But he's like super weird on stage. I still don't understand what exactly he does. It's been a question of mine for a long time. I mean, come on, listen to The Hunting Party, listen to One More Light, listen to Living Things I can kind of get, but like still, like, you can see him kind of phasing out. I'm not really sure why he's there. I guess he makes samples or sounds or whatever, but okay. Multiple times they tried to bring him in as this funny, kooky Mr. Han character that he's always been, but I don't buy it, and especially after the way I was treated after literally standing up for him after the Zane Lowe interview, I was just kind of like, I'm tired of all this, and I don't find this interesting at all. In fact, I would say that I actually enjoyed everybody's performances more than Joe's, which is super weird because I'm not usually that polarized on things. Joe was boring. It was boring. I said it's tiring seeing him do this for like literally 25 years. Like, he doesn't play instruments. Everything's a pad and a sample. Okay, I'm not dissing anybody. I like electronic music too. I think DJs are sick as fuck. I think that when you're a really good DJ, you're a really good DJ. Do I feel like Johan was a good DJ this time around? No. But do I also acknowledge that I've seen Johan's relevance fade over multiple albums? Yes. And in fact, I would ask Chester questions like that. I'd be like, what does Joe do in the band these days? And he literally was like, oh, we're actually asking ourselves that question. I'm not being mean. That's what my father told me, okay? The same way he told me to look into the symbols present in A Thousand Suns and pull my own conclusions from the wreckage. Now we're at Emily. Let's see, yeah, we talked about Brad, Mike, Dave, Colin, Alex, Joe. Now, yeah, the only one left is Emily. Emily did better. She really did she really did do a better job. I am a hater, but I am not an asshole. I think that in general, the 60-minute LPU showcase was laughable as a performance. I think it was laughable. I think that this show wasn't, and it was interesting to see her stamina pushed to its limit because, I mean, Chester would burn almost 3,000 calories a show. Okay? This is liver die time. And she carried a lot of the songs better than she had, but then again, like, I noticed a lot of songs were just pitch shifted a little bit, so I'm not really sure if it's just a result of them fine-tuning the process because she couldn't hit certain notes or couldn't hit certain intensities for certain amounts of time, that they had to change the songs. But she overall did a better job. Considering that the show itself was about, I would say like 2 hours, that was impressive. And but there are things about the show and her performance that I thought were not impressive. Like I said, the stagecraft was not impressive. She gave up on giving up. You can't do that. And it's, you know, I saw this clip of Mandel Moreno going, "You can't have a broad singing Chester's parts. That's a man's pain." And it's like, bro, get the fuck out of there. Get out of that mental space. It's not about broads. It's not about man versus woman. Women are equally as intelligent and strong, if not more intelligent and more strong than men on an average basis. Okay? It's not that I got a woman speaking for me. It's that I get a woman speaking for me. You understand? And here's the thing. Emily's a good vocalist. These are all talented musicians. They definitely do the thing. But in reality, Emily does not believe what she's singing. She does not believe what she is singing. She does not understand the energy of the thing that she's participating in. And it shows. She can't sing Given Up because she doesn't believe it. She can't, she shouldn't be allowed to sing My December because that's not her pain. At this point, Linkin Park is, in fact, a tribute band. It is the last Linkin Park concert. And if any of these people had the brains that they say they do, they would rebrand the band, name it something else, claw their way to the top for the second time as a genuinely good act with good music. But no, as Mike Shinoda and the rest of the band made it apparent, why start with something new when you can just take what you already have? That's not a bad question, but the execution is bad. It's very bad. And so we're going to go through now the set list because I want to talk about the way in which Mike Shinoda shaded me while he was playing. So, if you don't know, before the show I pointed out that One More Light and The Hunting Party were not albums included on paper cuts. Since then, I have been corrected. The song One More Light is on the Greatest Hits record, which is probably why it hit 1.5 billion, or, you know, part of the reason they had it on the album was because it was such a highly rated song. They only want they want the chart toppers. They don't want anything else. So 1.5 billion hits is a lot, but I also imagine that the song being on paper cuts also amplified that interaction rate to 1.5 billion. Now, with that being said, it was weird to hear any of these songs coming out of Emily's mouth. The Emptiness Machine fell flat for me in the first section. New Divide fell really flat for me, especially after all of the things that they have not been doing. Singing a song about Ragnarok without any of the actual blood, sweat, and tears that created it was very weird. It was weird that they're using, again, chart toppers. Like, Linkin Park wrote a song called What I've Done for Minutes to Midnight, but they also wrote New Divide for Revenge of the Fallen, which are two Transformers movies. And they pretty much made big movie songs for each one. I mean, they put Iridescent on Dark Side of the Moon. And then, you know, Mike has a habit of trying to go for big things. He was in Scream 4 with In My Head. So it's just kind of like, it's kind of weird that they would go for such big chart toppers. Like, there are tons of Linkin Park songs that I would have put on the Greatest Hits reunion tour, which is what From Zero is, or at least the From Zero World Tour. You know, they're coming together as a band for the first time in 7 years. They're playing all of their greatest hits or the songs that they feel make up the band. And it's weird the ones they chose because most of them are like Hybrid Theory, Meteora, Some Minutes to Midnight, a couple off of 1,000 Suns, but really just a couple. A couple off of Living Things. It was really just a couple. And the ones they chose just didn't feel right with Emily singing them, whether she was doing a good job or a better job or not a good job at all. It just felt wrong. You call me Chester's son and say that's why, that I'm just biased or whatever. But no, she does not bring the same energy. She does not bring the same reality to the music that my father did. So again, the first section, Inception. Somewhere I belong, crawling, lying from you, with a speech from Mike, which again is really just him saying things casually, but not really taking anything seriously. Points of authority, New Divide, and the Emptiness Machine. So this first chunk makes a lot of sense to me in terms of interaction with the audience, because you have Somewhere I Belong, Crawling, Lying from You, Points of Authority. Those are all songs that come from the first 2 albums they produced as a band. 2 of the biggest selling albums of all time in their genre, okay? But then you get Minutes to Midnight Era, New Divide, which again is a Transformers song, and I understand, and it's not a Linkin Park song. It's a Transformers song. It is a song specifically written for Revenge of the Fallen, which again, when you put it in context of certain things, it's odd that they would start their entire set with Revenge of the Fallen. Yeah, call me what you want, but I look and I connect and I see. But it is hilarious that they finished it with the Emptiness Machine, because that song is super repetitive. It's, again, a song whose video literally victimizes, or not victimizes, but like marginalizes the fan base itself. It just feels very odd. It feels like tone deaf and made by someone who might be senile. So Mike's speeches, by the way, like I said, they're very, very short comments. I don't remember if it was the first section he said it, because at one point I was moshing, I was vibing out and singing and, screaming, and I was being pretty nice though. And G was like, hey, maybe you might want to take a second and like breathe and like let people enjoy the songs. And I was like, no, you're right. True. Like, people did pay for this. So I took a second. I was like, I'm going to give it a second. And then Mike said something that was like, motherfucker, I can't not do this now. I have to mosh now. And it was his speech about, this isn't about erasing the past. This is about celebrating the present and the future. And I remember standing up and being like real slow and standing up and like, oh, this is how this is going to be then. Okay. Because here's the thing. You can call me a nitpicker. You can tell me I'm splitting hairs, for all you haters out there. But the fact of the matter is that Mike Shinoda wasn't using the word erase before I'd used it. Mike Shinoda was using the word replace. 2 different things. By the time the show happened, my comment of my father being erased in real time by his colleagues of 17 plus years was unheard of, right? Like, that had just happened. Before, it wasn't a thing. After the LPU showcase, it was a thing. So in between shows, Mike Shinoda saw the press, and then he went on stage, and he used my words. Whether you think that that's a direct correlation or not, I don't care. He used my words. And what did he do when he did that? Did he acknowledge my father? Did he acknowledge me? Did he knowingly look at me and say, I'm sorry for the way this has gone down. Allow me to apologize in front of everyone. You're right. This could have gone down differently. Maybe I did jump the gun. I'm not saying I'm owed anything from these people. I'm saying that if I were Mike Shinoda, if Mike Shinoda were me, he would have done that. And that happened. So there was a point at the show, it might have been at the end of this first section, I'm not really sure, where I kind of sat down and I stood up and I was like, no, you're a son of a bitch. Okay, so second part, again, weird songs. The Catalyst, Burn It Down, Waiting for the End, Castle of Glass, and the Joe Han Solo, which, by the way, Joe Han Solo is one of the most self-defeating performances I've seen in this entire thing. I did not like it. It was like hearing Colin trying to do a breakdown, trying to do a drum solo, or trying to be flirty with the rhythm. I just don't think he did a good job. I don't. The Catalyst was a weird section, or a weird song in the section, because You go from the emptiness machine, where the video is literally marginalizing normal people, and you're literally cosplaying as poor people, or normal people, because we're all poor. And then you followed it up with a catalyst, which is, God bless us everyone, we're a broken people living under a loaded gun, and it can't be outfought, it can't be outwon, it can't be out, you know what I'm saying? And do you see the cognitive dissonance there when you're really paying attention? Do you see it? Like, how do you put the emptiness machine and the catalyst next to each other? It just doesn't make any sense. And by the way, the sun, 1,000 suns, is about the realities that we live in and the intellectual consciousness that makes up the self. And so what they're saying is that the 1,000 suns are the bombs that humanity has to live through. The bombs on the buses, the bikes, the roads, inside your shops. It's the people. It's the abuse of the system. It's the Clintons. It's the 1%ers that Mike likes to embed himself in. The Church of Scientology. But to follow that, you see what I'm saying? To put those back to back was wild. And then to put Burn It Down next was like, what? That is one of Chester's favorite songs. He said it outright when he made those LP playlists back before he died, when they were trying to promote One More Light as being as authentic as it was when it wasn't. And Burn It Down is all about remembering that you're here not to partake in the desires, the indulgences of the Luciferian world of the music industry, but to gain a foothold, to use it as a means for change. We build it up to break it down. We build it up to burn it down. Weird. And then hearing Emily sing Waiting for the End was fucking weird, dude. It was weird the first time. It's weird now. Her singing Waiting for the End, waiting for my end to come. I wish that I had strength to stand. This is not what I had planned. And to know that that song goes straight into Blackout on the album, which is a song that directly ties to Cross Off, is like, dude, you're killing me right now. You're killing me. And these are like songs that like 1,000 Suns is one of my favorite tours of all time. When I went out with them, that was one of my favorite tours of all time. I love every song on that album. It is so well written, so well produced. And for me, I loved it so much I didn't even know people didn't like it when it came out. And to know where this is and know how all these things, it's just like, fuck, man, like, no. Especially with the way Chester died, Bleed It Out is not acceptable. Not with a new singer, not with somebody who doesn't believe in mental health, who doesn't advocate for victims, who allows systemic abuse. It just sucks. And then Castle of Glass, like, bro, you're literally... Guys, the lyrics to Castle of Glass is insane. Because, in essence, to me at this point, it was like, okay, so let's go back to the set list. So the first block, the Inception block, was mostly Meteora and Hybrid Theory. It had the new single and the Revenge of the Fallen single. Okay, New Divide. The second block has Living Things and 1,000 Suns. And that's exclusively where these songs are pulled from. Okay? So there's this kind of like, okay, this is where we started, and here's a bridge to where we were in the middle. And I understand that sequencing, I get it. But as somebody who's intimately familiar with the history, the actual real world significance of these songs, it's impossible for me to not be fucking angry. The lyrics for Castle of Glass are, and she did not do a good job on this song, I'll tell you that. I remember being pissed when I heard it. Take me down to the river bend. Take me down to the fighting end. Wash the poison from off my skin. Show me how to be whole again. Fly me up on a silver wing, past the black, where the sirens sing. Warm me up in a nova's glow, which is 1,000 sun. and drop me down into the dream below, which would be this reality. This is a dream. Because I'm only a crack in this castle of glass, hardly anything there for you to see. Bring me home in a blinding dream, like the one that we're experiencing. Through the secrets that I have seen, I am seeing them. Wash the sorrow from off my skin, all the pain you all have put me through, and show me how to be whole again, because I'm only a crack in this castle of glass. Now, if you imagine a castle of glass, it's an invisible, it's like a transparent structure, right? Glass, you see through it. Now, that doesn't have to be true. That could be tinted glass or a certain type of glass. It depends on what materials you're using, of course. And of course, for a lot of people, even me just saying this would be like, dude, you're looking way too into it. Okay, fine, whatever. But to each his own. That's my opinion. I understand the artistic mind. I understand the associate symbols. I will look at them. So when you say you're a crack in a castle of glass, castles are big royal structures that indicate state and responsibility and status. They also indicate, like I said, royalty, like long trend family values. And then you see that the castle of glass is actually the bigger collective consciousness of the human race, and that the crack is hardly anything to see, but you want to be whole again. It's like, how are we not talking about the Church of Scientology at this point? How are we not talking about Christianity? How are we not talking about certain things? How are we not talking about how you are telling everybody here after that brilliant sequencing that you just did in the playlist, the set list, that you aren't anything to see, you're no big deal, and that really all you want is to take the pain, the sorrow, the oppressive gun, the force of 1,000 suns and transmute it into something that makes you whole again after being broken into many pieces. And they totally take advantage of the fact that their audience does not listen to their lyrics like that. So then that's followed by Burn It Down. And also, again, to talk about glass and the nature of glass. Glass is extremely heated sand or other materials. So 1,000 suns burns materials and shapes it into the larger architecture of what it is that we're experiencing. Do you understand? You see why I'm saying what I'm saying? And then right after that, Johan does his really bad, in my opinion, solo performance. And then we come to the empty spaces part of the set list. Mike does When They Come For Me and Remember the Name Together, which is very strange because let's look at the lyrics real quick. When they come for me. Here we go. He goes, I'm going to rap it again, all right? You guys ready? You guys got like a whole Linkin Park concert here. He says, I am not a pattern to be followed. The pill that I'm on is a tough one to swallow. I am not a criminal, not a role model, not a born leader. I'm a tough act to follow. I am not the fortune and the fame, nor the same person telling you to forfeit the game. I came in the ring like a dog on a chain, and I found out that the underbelly is sicker than it seems. And did that stop you from hanging out with your 1%er friends? Nope. That got you even deeper and deeper and deeper into the invisible castle of glass. And it seems ugly, but it can get worse, because even a blueprint is a gift and a curse. Because once you got a theory, a hybrid theory, of how the thing works, everybody wants the next thing to be just like the first. And I am not a robot. I am not a monkey. Yes, you are. Here we go there. He says, I'm not a robot, which he is. I am not a monkey, which he is. We all are. Sorry. And you do dance, Derek. I will not dance even if the beat is funky. Opposite of lazy, far from a punk, that's true. Y'all ought to stop talking, start trying to catch up. And all the people say. Now, during this, it's like Mike's solo performance. So Joe had a solo performance and then Mike had a solo performance. And during this, he's pretty much alone. I think the guitar player, Alex, comes out, and then he switches off with Colin, and so it's just either Mike and Alex or Mike and Colin at a time. And so it's just super bare. He stripped all of Chester's vocals for the most part from the actual song itself, which was super strange because I know he was doing that during Post-Traumatic, which is something he did. He would go around and he would tour these songs and he would strip Chester's vocals out or make them minimal and then just do new verses or remixes over it. And I thought that that was weird at the time. I thought that was quite controversial. And then he did it anyways, and he's still doing it. So, to continue, Lauren said money changes situation. Big said it increased the complication. Kane said don't step, I ain't the one. Chuck said the Uzi weigh a motherfucking ton. And I am just a student of the game that they taught me. Who's they? Rocking every stage and every place that it brought me. I'm awfully underrated. No, you're not. But came here to correct it. Okay. And so it ain't mistaken. I'ma say it for the record. And then he goes through his whole thing about not being a punk and all that. And then it's followed up by, 10% power of will. It's very weird. And that's the moment in the show where Mike Shinoda turned around and hit Emily's mic. Which actually, if you watch it slow, he did a kind of amazing Spider-Man move. He turned around and went whoosh, and barely missed his face. He totally Spidey sensed that shit, which is amazing, and it did become a talking point in his Jimmy Fallon interview. However, it was an annoying as fuck interlude, and it was weird that he played the Remember the Name when he doesn't even want to talk about the one person whose name we should fucking remember. Okay? And so when they come for me and remember the name, it kind of feels fucking weird. It sounds like I'm going to do what I'm going to do, and when they come for me, I'll be gone, but you remember the name, okay? Then there's Lost in the Echo, which Living Things is all about broken promises. So they play Lost in the Echo. I hated Emily singing it. They played Given Up off of MTM, which is Minutes to Midnight, which is annoying as fuck, and apparently it hadn't even been performed according to this set list since 2015, and I don't like that. That feels icky to me. But also she literally gave up on singing Given Up, and I don't like that. I don't like that she doesn't sing until she passes out. That pisses me off, specifically because she's trying to bring to the table energy that Chester brought to the table, or at least she said she was, and she's not. And then you get One Step Closer, so you get this, again, these are mostly radio hits, guys. For real. Let's go back. Somewhere I Belong, Crawling, Lying From You, Points of Authority, New Divide. The Catalyst, Burn It Down, Waiting for the End. They did that on SNL. Castle of Glass, that was one of their big radio songs. When They Come For Me, I don't think they played that on the radio, but Remember the Name is a big radio song. Lost in the Echo, I don't remember hearing much on the radio, but maybe it was. Given Up was definitely on the radio. One Step Closer was definitely on the radio. We're going to go through it real quick. Lost was definitely on the radio. Breaking the Habit, definitely on the radio. What I've Done, definitely on the radio and in theaters. Leave Out All the Rest was definitely on the radio. My December, maybe not so much. Friendly Fire, I don't know about. I didn't listen to the radio at that time in my life. Numb, absolutely. In the End, absolutely. Faint, absolutely. Paper Cut, absolutely. Keys to the Kingdom, I don't really know about that. Bleed It Out, absolutely. So these are all big bangers. And trust me, they got at least 30 other songs that they could have played. If they really wanted to pay tribute to their true artistic expressions, the best Linkin Park songs, these are not those. I'm sorry. I disagree. These are not your best. Going into Break and Collapse, Lost was fucking weird. They did an acoustic version of it. I did not like that. I thought it was really fucking weird that they got to release that after Chester died, along with Friendly Fire, that they got to hide the fact that Cross Off and Friendly Fire were released at the same time and recorded around the same time, that Lost is supposedly an almost finished song like Friendly Fire was, but from Meteora. It was just one of those couple of songs that didn't make it in the 12 track. Whatever. I think that they used AI, to be honest. I don't think that was a full thing. I don't see Mike Shinoda forgetting about Lost the way that he... No, I can see Mike Shinoda and the band forgetting Lost the same way they forgot about Kyle Christner. That's all I'm going to say about that. Breaking the Habit, annoying as fuck. what I've done, annoying as fuck. It's all self-incriminating, but not at all. Leave out all the rest, annoying as fuck. That's literally a song about not confronting your past, not integrating your traumas. It's literally about, well, we can't move forward unless we just let go of it because there's so much trauma here. So no, when people like to use that song against me, they're like, your dad said leave out all the rest. What he was saying is that I don't get to have closure on things. So we're just going to have to walk through this and move forward because we can't be here forever. You're not going to let me out of it. So let's just go on. No, Linkin Park doesn't talk about integrating and forgiving and moving on. They talk about forgetting and allowing yourself to not be a part of the situation because you no longer want to be in it. That's it. That's it. Leave out all the rest is what they're doing right now. My December, despicable. Friendly Fire, despicable. And it says here live debut, so that was the first time they did that. Fucking kill me, man. Numb Encore, yeah, I would say by that point I was pretty numb. In the end, yeah, it doesn't feel like anything matters. Faint, goddamn, leave me alone. Paper Cut, leave me alone. And then, here's Mike again. I said that there was no hunting party. And then, you know what he says he goes on stage and he goes, yeah, so you guys know that like Paper Cuts thing it was like 10 words, like I don't know what it was. And there's a video of me on my Instagram saying, it's a greatest hits album, Mike. You literally made the product. Quit acting like you don't know what you sell. Stop playing stupid. And he goes, we haven't played that, my bad, I guess it kind of skipped my mind. And I'm on the video, I'm like, yeah, you fucking know that because I said that the same way you use replacing and erasing. And they played Keys to the Kingdom, which was really bad. Emily cannot scream on pitch worth shit. I'm sorry. It's not a diss, it's a fact. In my opinion, it's factual. You cannot scream on pitch. You don't, girl, I watch you stand there and not even break a sweat. No veins, no fucking stress, nothing. I just see you standing there like this. No, this isn't karaoke. This isn't karaoke. This is life or death. That's what this was for the man you're replacing. And you are. For the man you are actively erasing, which you are. And then, of course, there was another speech about how they came out here for the... Oh, yeah, that was the other thing. They came out here. They didn't come out here to erase the past. They came out for the audience. Mike had this whole breakdown. Hey, who's been to a Linkin Park show before? Raise your hand. Hey, who hasn't been to a Linkin Park show before? Raise your hand. Everybody raised their hand both times. It was crazy. Shows you how much people are paying attention. How easily manipulated they are by their nostalgia. And he brought up, like, we didn't even know if we had fans. It means so much to us to be out here. And he was like, it's why we're here, because of you. After he literally contracted the entire audience as Chester Bennington. He said, you are all standing in for Chester Bennington tonight. And those were two of the other things that he used against me on stage. And he knew I was in the crowd. Don't kid yourself. Mike Shinoda knew. And then what did they do? They ended it the same way they ended the original show for the LPU showcase. And it was bleeded out. Another news reference. Another failing to address my father. Another backhanded, backstab, subtle shade bullshit scheme. And, it was validating. Because at the end of it, I was like, wow, I was right. All this time. Everything that I've been saying, everything that I've been suffering through, I was right. Unfortunately. And, and so I got like 7 years of closure on things that I never got closure on. I never saw my dad's body. I don't even think I ever looked in the urn. And that was sobering because I was like, damn, this really is what it is. They waited 7 years and it drove me up a wall. But it is this way. It really is this way. And they want it this way. And they're proving to me they're exactly what I thought they never were. But had a suspicion they might be. And so that was nice. But then on the other side, it was like this entire trip was like a vacation because I spent 7 years healing, helping, understanding, building. And this proved to me that everything I did was right. Everything I've done is right. I can stand in my truth. No sweat. Every time. Say, I fucking called it, and I also did everything that needed to be done to be the change that I needed to see in the world, the change that I said I would be, the change that I wanted in the world. Did I leave happy? I left ecstatic. And then we left with Serge and Michael. We went up down the street. We did a live stream. And it was beautiful and wonderful. And I've always wanted to be there with the victims. I've always wanted to know if I could be of service to someone who is genuinely affected by not just the world at large. You know, Scientology is a big fucking problem. But also by the music, to be there for people who are genuinely affected as a victim's right advocate. And I never thought that I would be there with Serge. I never thought that, you know, these are things that just happen when you shake the tree, when you stand in your truth, when you go for it. And we ended up going for it, and this is what happened. We were supported by people who paid money just to be there to keep us safe. We were supported by people who paid money to go see the show and were disappointed. People acknowledged me during the show. People supported me. People were laughing at me. People took pictures at me and with me. We were calling Mike out. We were doing all of it, and I had law enforcement behind me, and I had law enforcement behind me. Oh, how cryptic. And then I got to go talk about it and hold a vigil, which I never got to do. And the fans still have nowhere to go, and it's just like, it was just such a fulfilling experience on so many levels, but it was also so painful. And that's why I likened it to an exorcism, because it was like I was at the same time basking in my angelic glory while purging the demonic existence of my circumstance, or the demonic embodiment of my circumstance. And it felt so good to be so fully aligned. Like, live your whole life being told you're fucking insane, just to prove that you're not, and to be a class act in the fucking middle of it. Like, yeah, I was loud, yeah, I was mean, but guess what? I was respectful, though. I always came out first with respect. I came out first with politeness. I came out first. And when things got heated, I still took the time to give respectful messages. I still took the time to ask for what I needed. And even though I was denied. And I am proud of myself. And I'm proud of my partner, Trilogy, for supporting me through that. And I'm proud of Serge for showing up at a show where damn, man, like a victim of Scientology, watching a Scientologist get away with it. Fuck. That's hard shit, bro. This is legendary shit, bro. Ugh. Oh, yeah. This shit's fucking for the books. And that's what I gotta say. Those are my thoughts. I need to get this the fuck out, because it is over. Whether they see it or not, whether they believe it or not, they are done. This is done. I got winners on the way, baby. I got fucking winners on the way. I got a song right now. I ain't never write a fight track. Guess what? Kendrick gave me the fucking idea. I gave myself the fucking power. I got a track called Nemesis coming. I'm gonna fucking light this bitch up. You know why? Because he's not the only one. Mike's not the only one. Brad's involved. Dave's involved. Joe's involved. Emily, Colin, Samantha, Draven, fucking Sean Dowdell, Kristen Davis. The list goes on and on and on. Mark Fiore, Ryan DeMarty, Bill Silva. This is that Shout Out the Block track. I was in my room. Yeah, I know what it is. I look in the mirror and I see what I like. Period. And there's nothing anybody can do to take that away from me, but I do need to express it so I can move on in a healthy way. Too many things get trapped inside and never get out. And you know that because my dad said the same thing. So much locked up inside, and he said that before he was in Linkin Park. You want to pay tribute to Chester Bennington, go listen to Jeff Buckley. Go listen to Alice in Chains. Go listen to fucking a bunch of shit. But, Linkin Park's not it. He's not just Linkin Park. And Linkin Park has been an absolute disgrace, an absolute disrespectful mess. It's been sloppy. It's been cruel. It's been unintelligible. It's been unfathomable what they've done. And I am not going to shy away. I'll be here listening to the album. I'm going to give album by album reviews. We're going to go through Chester in his own words. We're going to do it. And art's going to come, and more art, and more art, and more people are going to get involved. And you know what? Fuck the industry. Fuck your ego. Fuck your desires. They're out of whack. And guess what? You're not getting away from the Jay-Z connection, Mike Shinoda, and the band. Fuck that shit. My dad was hanging out with Beyonce and Jay-Z. We got Sean Combs over here being arrested for the shit he's being arrested for, and we have so many victims to account for. You will not escape. You can change, you can repent, you can be better, you can do better, but you will not escape. I'm here to stay. And I've made sure that everybody knows that, and that everybody knows what the danger is, and that if I'm ever taken out, they know what it was. I'm not suicidal. I'm not entitled. I'm not crazy. And you will never do anything that can convince me I am. Unlike you, Linkin Park, I atone for my sins. I have so many things I can't even take accountability for publicly right now because I'm not able to. But when I am, I will. And it's coming. It's coming. I have touched the lives of tens of millions of people before this even happened and they don't even know. And I will stand for that justice. Period. You won't stop me. And if you do, I'll die trying. Hey, because all of you, you matter more. This has always been more than the music. And if they're going to sit there and say that it's only the music and there's nothing to see, then I'll be the one here providing counter force. Thank you for joining me for this episode of Let's Talk. It's been a long-ass episode, but this is necessary. This is wonderful. I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for joining me around this proverbial campfire. It means the world to me that you've chosen to take the time out of your day to be present with me in my pain, in my joy, in my expansion, in my limitation. Thank you. Have a nice day, and have a good evening. Until next time, this is the void, and I is the wormhole. That's it. We hit zero. We're back to zero. We're not from zero. We're back to zero, baby. We got everything. We put it all out there. We have completely overcome our deficits, all of which were impressed upon us. I am so proud of myself. I'm so proud of everybody in my life. Now, to tackle the media.